Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. Welcome to another episode of Vaishnava Voices. My name is Sitapati Das.
My name is Dana Devi.
And today, welcome to the Inquisition. We're putting on trial the dangerous heretic, also known as the great academic scholar, Garuda Das Kaviraj, aka Dr. Graham M. I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. Never heard it. Schweig. We'll find out from the man himself. This is a very requested, anticipated episode. I want to shout out to some of the sponsors of this episode, Suresh Gensler, Prabhu, Anutama Devi Dasi, and many others who have been demanding the head of the heretical scholar on a pike. We're here to deliver it. In the roll into the episode today, he said if he was going to be beheaded, he wouldn't be beheaded by anyone other than Dana Devi and myself, which is probably the greatest accolade I've had in this lifetime so far.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything that you want to say before we bring Prabhu on?
I'm so open to listen and also to hear him presenting the doctor. It's like one person.
Mm-hmm. Two personalities.
Two personalities. I wouldn't say two personalities because I will give a little bit of
two
thought.
Personas. Two sides to the personality. Two aspects.
The duo of himself. Okay. His brain working in one area to explain to this group of people, and the him speaking about him and Śrīla Prabhupa, who he is to Śrīla Prabhupa. So it's interesting for me because it's like, how are you thinking in these two areas? What is the purpose you created this? You know, yet you are so fixed. I am loyal to Śrīla Prabhupa. But I need to do this too for these people.
Yeah.
You know,
yes.
Because in the academic world, you know how they are so rational and they always like to question and they are meticulous in that. And we also have to give them food to them, you know. Not just like a come on, you know, sweep them off. So yeah, I'm very open. I'm very interested.
Okay, great.
Sweet.
If you're watching live online on YouTube or Facebook, feel free to drop a comment in the comments box. We'll pull them in if you have questions, anything that you'd like us to ask, any points you want us to raise, completely open to that.
Question.
Yes. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce His Grace Garuda Das Kaviraj, aka Dr. Graham M. How do we pronounce your last name, Prabhu?
Schweig.
Sorry.
Okay, I had the speakers muted and I completely missed it. Could you say that again, please?
Schweig.
Schweig.
Yeah. In
One
German,
variation
the German name is Schweig. Schweig means silence.
Oh,
okay.
And I have a hard time living up to that name. I'm not very silent.
You're the opposite.
Quite outspoken.
I'm afraid. Yeah, a little bit.
Thank you for joining us today, for giving us your time so generously.
Appreciate the invitation.
I'd like to start off by acknowledging something about your paper, When the Master Speaks, which is, we've spoken previously about the second edition of the books, the editing, the 50th edition, anniversary edition of the Macmillan 72 Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah.
Huge fan of your work in that area, of course. But today we're kind of focusing on When the Master Speaks, Ways of Understanding Śrīla Prabhupada's Challenging Teachings and Form of Discourse by Graham M. Schweig.
Very good.
I got it?
Yeah, you got
Christopher Newport University, Graduate Theological Union, USA, available for download from your site, garudadas.com. And it's also, I believe, in the ISKCON Communications Journal, volume 23 from December of last year.
Yes. I have it somewhere, but yes, something like that. The latest ICJ.
And it's the same article in both places?
Yes, exact same.
Okay, because people, of course, are, you know, with the typical lack of rigor that the internet specializes in, multiple articles in multiple places. It's the same article. There's only one.
Same article, and there's some talk that it was leaked. It was never leaked. It was presented in the journal, and I also sent it out in PDFs to people who are interested.
And it's downloadable from the website. It's not a secret.
There's no secret here. There's no leakage. There's no secret. It's presented.
Yeah. So the first thing I'd like to acknowledge is that, Śrīla Prabhupada says in one purport that one cannot be a Muni unless he arrives at a conclusion distinct from everyone else's, which is basically academia, right? It's like if you release a paper and it says the same thing that everyone else's paper says, they send it back and they say, hey, where's the original contribution to the body of knowledge here? So you have to come up with something new, innovative. And I just want to acknowledge that with this paper, I believe you have formalized this idea of hairless Vairagyavad. I'm not sure, is it Vipralipsa, which is inattentiveness and chanting? I was trying to think of the Sanskrit term. Yeah, Vipralipsa Vairagyavad, as it's known in Sanskrit. The doctrine of the careless renunciation. So I just want to acknowledge that as far as I'm aware, this is an original contribution in this formulation, which does technically, according to Śrīla Prabhupada's standard, give you the rubber stamp as a Muni.
Well, okay. There are two sides to this, Sitapatiji. And by the way, I want to acknowledge Donna Davies' earlier introductory comments. I thought were very, very sensitive and perceptive, that there are two sides. There is the Graham Schweig, the scholar, that speaks to the intellectual world. And then there's the Garuda Das that speaks to the devotee world. And, I'm kind of moving between both. And I thought Donna Davy was very perceptive in that regard. So thank you for those introductory words. And Sitapatiji, you're bringing up something that's very interesting. On the one hand, yes, in the academic world, it can be too much where scholars go in and use, even I've seen it with the Chaitanya Vaishnava tradition, use the tradition to come up with some way to gain, intellectual merit, for which they get paid more, by the way. But then there's the devotional coming up with new, which is the commentarial tradition. We are a Bhashya tradition. It's not that we're coming up with new, but we're illuminating things further. And of course, I'm very fond of the bird analogy. I'm named after a bird, after all. But the shuka, taking the beak and biting into the mango makes the mango a little sweeter. So, as the tradition progresses, there are sort of, aside from the Muni thing, there is within our tradition a way to further the tradition in very sweet ways. And that's why we love to hear our Vaishnava brothers and sisters speak about the philosophy, because they can do so in very sweet ways.
Thank you, Prabhu. I have a contribution to make to the tradition on the subject of the bird eating the mango.
Yeah.
In meditating on that, it's said that the touch of the beak of the parrot to the mango makes the mango sweeter. And I've meditated on it and I was like, maybe they got correlation and causation mixed up there, because maybe the parrots go for the sweetest mangoes. And so they notice that the mangoes that have been touched by the parrot are the sweetest ones, but it's not because they were touched by the parrot, but rather because the parrot ate the sweetest ones. Anyway, okay. That's a digression.
Yeah. No, I think it's the action of the beak kind of squishing that part of the mango that into which the beak goes, that it's sort of like a banana. If you squish a banana, it becomes sweeter. And so with the fruit, I think it becomes sweeter. I think the sugars sort of accumulate more. So, but your alternative thesis is under consideration, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Duly noted. Yeah.
On the subject of theses, I don't mind if people disagree with me. A lot of people do, surprisingly. And I don't mind that, actually. But one thing that drives me crazy, Prabhuji, is when people disagree with something that I didn't actually say. It's like, I don't mind if you understand me and refute me, but it's when
Right.
you're like refuting a wild misunderstanding of or misrepresentation of what I'm saying, that actually like hurts my heart.
Yeah.
When that happens.
Yeah. Sitapatiji is called the fallacy of the straw man. you create something that's not there and you defeat it. But what for?
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I agree or disagree with this when the master speaks. I think there's some things in here that I object to, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
So I would like to give you the opportunity to present your principal thesis of this work, and I have it up on the screen, and we can bring it up if needed and go through it and look at it. But I'd like to be sure that I understand what it is you're presenting before I attempt to say anything about it.
Sure.
Is that okay?
And yes, not only is it okay, but I appreciate the dialogue, Sitapatiji, because in this way, I will also learn, and I can also perhaps articulate things a little bit better, a little bit more carefully, maybe. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just because I have the big PhD from Harvard doesn't mean I'm exonerated from taking any wisdom from Donna Devi or Sitapatiji.
Well.
Yeah, I think I like that attitude because it is opening a world for even the brain itself, even the cells itself changes the structure. And also the divine will be like, okay, you're opening the doors for new learning. Here you go.
That's right.
And
that's right.
Yes.
Well, very nice, Donna Devi. Yes, Krishna really reveals himself when there is sincere dialogue.
Yeah. Amazing.
So much appreciated.
Okay, Peru. So if you could give us your when the master speaks, the I don't know what you'd call it, executive summary or whatever presentation of it that you'd like to give here for us and also obviously for the viewers. Shout out to Suresh Gensler Prabhu and Anuttama Devidasi and others.
Sure. Now, why did I even write this piece? It's the famous verse, Savai Pungsam Paro Dharmo Yato Bhaktir Radhokchaje Ahitokya Pratyata Yayatma Suprasidati, right? 126 of the Bhagavatam. It talks about uninterrupted, selfless, unmotivated devotional service. Now, the way we can become unmotivated is we can begin to become unmotivated by declaring fully and with full transparency one's motives. So there's a paradox there. You can become without motive by declaring your motives. Instead of hiding your motives, having a hidden agenda, then that's very motivated. But by declaring one's motives, then one moves into the direction of selfless motivatedness, lack of motivation, or having no hidden agenda or motivation. So my declaration of my motive is this. Devotees over the years have come to me with the concern that some of Prabhupada's statements can appear to be very harsh on the outside of the movement. And they've come across this and experienced this on the one hand. On the other hand, even devotees on the inside have had some doubts. In fact, some devotees have actually left the movement because they have taken Prabhupada's statements in ways that are too narrow. They haven't understood how. They haven't had the tools to be able to go deeper into Prabhupada's thought and the great treasures he has given us to be able to appreciate that there's much more than what they originally or initially encountered. So my motive was to serve devotees and outsiders with a deeper, broader understanding and appreciation of Prabhupada's words.
Okay, so that was your motive. It's very powerful what you say about the motives and declaring them.
Yes.
It's kind of like, unless you're completely impersonal and you don't exist, motives, there has to be a motive, or otherwise there's no action. There's no, it's kind of like, it's like, okay, we're about to call action. It's like, but hang on, like, what's my motivation in this scene? Right. And if you don't have one, then you just sit there and do nothing. So there must be one. But it's like, do you have motives or do the motives have you?
There we go. That's
a
good way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah, it allows you to have you have a motive, but it doesn't have you. So
Right.
The other thing as well is this is
I'm
being
sorry.
authentic.
That's my hope, that the motives don't have me. See, that's when we don't declare the motives. Then the motives have me. So I'm trying to, so right in the paper, I say in this article, I will attempt to demonstrate how certain doctrinal ideas and conceptions can function as heuristic lenses for extracting from Prabhupada's living theology the key to deeper understandings. And in simple language, all I'm saying here is that Prabhupada gives us the tools. We don't have to go outside. We just have to go more deeply inside to solve these questions and these problems, these challenges.
Mm.
So
what I was going,
yeah, okay, Donna, yeah, sorry.
What I was saying when you were talking about the motives, you have, declaring your motives. It speaks to me as a person that is authentic to yourself, and you want to be authentic to the world outside, and that is a part of your integrity, and I appreciate that.
Well, I certainly hope I could live up to your generous words, Donna Devi.
I noticed you read from the very beginning of your work here, page 73 of the one that's written on your website, the PDF that's downloadable there. It's obviously part of a larger presentation. Was it published? Is this from the ISKCON Journal of Communications?
Yes.
Communications Journal?
That's right.
Okay. So yeah, in the very beginning, it's on page 73, first page of the PDF. Certain doctrinal ideas and conceptions can function as heuristic lenses for extracting from Prabhupada's living theology. Could we say that's a hermeneutic when you say a heuristic lens for extracting?
Yes. This is my method of interpreting or understanding or delving more deeply into the meanings of what Prabhupada is saying, and not isolating statements that Prabhupada states and to then take it as a kind of shocking statement, which it can too often be for certain people. And like I said, it's destroyed some people's faith, actually.
Right from the very, when Prabhupada was even here, right? Devotees left because of his statements about the moon landings, for example.
There's an example there. That's right.
Now,
and by the way, Sitapatiji, I should tell you that there's a follow-up paper to this.
Ooh.
Interesting.
And it's coming out in the next ICJ. And it is called, and I thought you might like to hear this, because I couldn't talk about this second topic until the first topic was addressed. And the second topic is called From the Darkness of Lust to the Light of Love, interpreting Śrīla Prabhupada's challenging passage on rape.
Oh, a subject dear to my heart.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I go through this. I review there are two parts to this article. The first part is a review of interpretations by followers, and I show the varieties of support for an incredibly unsystematic and honestly disappointing interpretation. I show support from Prabhupada's personal. They're all kind of ducking and sort of skirting around Prabhupada's direct words. Then the second part is where I offer a systematic interpretation, divisions of order for the interpretation of meaning derivative from Mimamsa hermeneutics, which is what the Goswamis used to interpret Shastra. So, now I don't burden the reader with the details of all this technical stuff in the Sanskrit and so on. That's my stuff. But I do show how the meanings can get revealed if done systematically and carefully and respectfully of Prabhupada's actual words. I've shown how devotees have not been respectful of Prabhupada's actual words, and they kind of soften the word. Now, Prabhupada doesn't really mean rape. he means, just, the aggressive courting of a woman. No, he does not mean that. And you will be very, I think, surprised and hopefully pleased. You will let me know, I'm sure. You're very direct, and I like that about you. I really do. How I come to a conclusion here with a suggestion for a footnote in the books that really makes someone hopefully glowing with appreciation of what Prabhupada is saying there. And that's in the conclusion. So I wanted to solve this problem once and for all. That was my goal. Because
I'm against the annotation I'm against the footnote on principle.
Yeah. Okay. That on principle. Okay. It could be in the
for this reason.
Yeah.
Because what if you get it wrong?
Well, you'll tell me if I get it wrong.
No, history will tell us if we get it wrong. This is my point with the footnotes is, we're speaking into a particular historical milieu that we live in right now, and you're not even going to get agreement within the current historical milieu for the footnote, no matter what it says. If it says, hey, go ahead.
See, Tapati, you are exactly right. This is why Prabhupada's books should never be altered. Prabhupada's text should be fixed, but annotations can be fluid. Someone could come along and write another footnote later and say Garuda Das's or Dr. Graham Schweig or whatever. At that time, he interpreted it relative to blah, blah, blah. But now we can understand it differently. And see that the annotations and bhashyas are fluid, but the original text is fixed. And if it isn't fixed, if what should be fixed is treated as fluid, everything is lost. The Vani
That's problematic. Are you familiar with the I think it's called the Talmudic tradition of commentary on the Torah?
That's right.
And so I wrote an article, a paper, and submitted it to ISKCON News back in 2008 about annotations.
Yeah.
It's titled GBC Resolution 311, Annotations set a risky precedent. I made, among other arguments, this one that nobody's going to agree. Who's going to write that footnote? Bhakti Vikash Swami, Amara Das, the head of the Gay and Lesbian Vaishnava Association.
Right.
Who gets to write it? No one's going to agree with it. And I had a couple of people help me to write that. One was he's a very interesting personality. At the time, I was working as a professional technical writer. He was a senior editor in the company where I was working. And he had 2 degrees. He had a degree in quantum mechanics, and he had another degree in classical guitar. He had been a captain in the Australian Army and had done 2 UN peacekeeping tours, one in Angola and one in East Timor, and he had trained to be a rabbi.
Okay.
He was like a real Renaissance man.
I can't match those accolades, so, hands down, he's got it over me.
He showed me the way it was done there, and they have the central body of the text there, and then they have the commentaries, the annotations around it.
Yes.
With different scholars at different times have given different interpretations.
That's right.
I mean, I could be open to something like that as long as there was you still had the unannotated version, and then there's the with the annotations of the scholars, the Bhashya version.
That's right. There you go. As long as the original text is fixed, the annotations can be fluid. You can remove, you can add, you can modify, and also such annotations would belong to the person who made them, so they would be responsible for them.
Yeah, so I don't know about putting them into the BBT edition of the book, especially without Prabhupada's permission. We have no instruction to do that. So in accepting that as let's do this, it's well, hey, how can I argue against the second edition of the book that it was unauthorized when I'm hey, let's put all this other stuff in there. It's that wasn't authorized either.
Right.
Lose the moral high ground on that, I believe. But I'm open to, I think Bhashya on the Bhashya is really the way to go. I mean, did you mention my book in your article? My book, Expert at Rape, a Hare Krishna red pill.
Well, you'll have to send that to me. Let me incorporate it.
Okay. Yeah,
I didn't
fantastic.
know that you had written something.
Oh, I love that. It's so confronting, and like it's a frame smashing conversation.
Okay. Well, you know what? What I would like to do with you privately is you can have a sneak preview into my article that will be published. And if you see a place where I should, that you would like to be mentioned, that you could make a contribution, then we could talk about that.
Let's go down together in history.
Yeah, that's good.
Together up or down? Well, it's interesting here because it will be good to hear because everyone has their own perspective, right? Their own understanding. One is in mode of goodness, the other one's in mode of passion, the other one's in mode of ignorance. What are they going to present? Interesting to read. So I'm looking forward to read that. And I know Sitapati has been talking about this, what Śrīla Prabhupada said, expert in rape. Was like, what the heck is that? Gosh. And as a woman, reading the perspective of a man in that sentence or statement that Śrīla Prabhupada, I'm interested, like, okay, how does a man understand that statement, and how does a woman understand that statement? So it's like, let me see. It sounds very juicy and intellectually provocative.
Yeah. Well, Donna Devi, you mentioned something that's mentioned in the first article, where I talk about a narrow-minded understanding, which is tamasa guna, driven by tamasa guna, which is a dark understanding of a statement that would be made by Prabhupada when it's left in isolation. When it's considered in relation to other similar statements, you go broader, that's a more madhyama level of understanding. A kanishta understanding is driven by a tamasa darkness. A madhyama understanding is more open-minded, and it's driven by a rajasa energy. And then the uttama understanding is understanding such a singular statement in relation to the whole of the philosophy. And I show how that is given in the Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter, verses 20 through 22. So this is there's even a chart in the article that we're talking about. And it talks, so I'm aware that there'll be devotees coming to me with a certain narrow-mindedness when reading this article. Others will be more open, and others will be really very appreciative of how it fits into the whole of Prabhupada's discourse.
It's a very sensitive topic, especially the word rape, and especially for people that have gone through that. And to even read that is just like very triggering. And obviously that will create a sense of like, oh my gosh, they're advocating for rape, and men that are very aggressive and not self-controlled, that will say, wow, it is okay to do that. You know what I mean?
So it's
extremely
there are devotees
sensitive.
who have taken it that way, Donna Devi, and it's been extremely destructive. And again, this is not only kanishta, but it's even evil.
Yes.
So I'm very eager for the two of you to review my next installment to ICJ and give me a private critique.
Wow, thank you. It's a great honor.
I want, particularly Donna Devi. I mean, nothing against you, Sitapati. No, I want your view. But I want Donna Devi's review because, again, it impacts not just women, though. It also, apparently men are supposed to be expert at rape. What does that even mean? So
exactly.
That is the subject of my book. It's like, if she doesn't love it, you ain't expert. That's basically the subtitle.
Okay.
It's more of passion.
Okay. Well, we'll see. That's I realize we're diverting from our main topic here, but it is we can follow up on that.
Yeah, definitely. And we
another
have to
podcast
do a
about it.
Yeah.
Another podcast.
A whole thing.
Yeah.
So I'd like to dive into the paper if that's okay with you, Prabhu.
Yeah,
I might
sure.
Bring it up on screen here because I have it right here. Hang on a second. So if I say to share the screen and then I choose a tab, and let's choose this one, share. Okay, here we go. Now, I can't remember what it was that you said, but you said something that triggered this, and it's the idea of the audience for the work. This particular part here, this is the first part where I'm going to channel Suresh Gensler Prabhu and Anuttama Devidasa here to bring my objections to the paper, and we can explore its robustness and resilience to some of these objections. So here, why did Prabhupada make assertions that can too easily appear to outsiders? Now, one thing about the paper is it doesn't, as far as I can tell before this point, which we're just in very beginning here, there's no explicit statement of the audience. This paper is intended to be for the following people. And, you know, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur in his Sri Krishna Samhita introduction says, I'm writing this presentation for an academic, Western educated audience, and I offer my folded hands and respect to traditional adherents of the Vedas. And, you know, you might find this disturbing, but you should know that this is not written for you. And I offer all my respects to your way of understanding it. And at several points, he puts footnotes in there, you know, where he says that Lord Shiva is the chief of an indigenous tribe, you know, and then he's like, we offer all respects to the followers of Lord Shiva, who is described as the greatest of Vaishnavas in the Bhagavatam, you know, and a footnote in there. So he's kind of attending to that all along the way, but he kind of lets you know that. And to that point, he at one point says that the 5th canto description of the hellish planets, let's bring us all back on here. I'm just creating this. The 5th canto of the Bhagavatam, the hellish planets are an invention of kings in order to scare the general population into like right behavior. And, you know, so he's saying that it's like that speaking there was like, I wouldn't say manipulative, but tactical, you know, we could call it preaching to induce a certain course of beneficial action in the hearers. And then in describing that, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, his son and his successor in the line of instruction, said, no, his speaking in that instance was preaching. It was tactical speech in order to engender a particular course of beneficial action on the part of the hearers, who are the Western educated academics, so they can take the medicine without spitting out the pill. And, you know, it's like, which of those is true? Is any of that true? Like, is anything true? But at the end of the day, it's like sinful activity is bad for you. Don't do it, you know? Is kind of the synthetic conclusion of all that. But he does address his audience. I don't know if I missed it or if you didn't do it in here, but I'm taking this part as kind of the implicit audience definition here of who you're speaking to, the various audiences. And I think Anuttama Devi and Suresh Gensler Prabhu and others who have been strongly criticizing this have taken this paragraph in that sense. So I would like to present what this kind of speaks to a devotee audience and then get your feedback on that, if that's okay with you.
Perfectly fine.
Okay, great. Why did Prabhupada make assertions that can too easily appear to outsiders, obviously one audience, and even to self-honest followers, to be irrational, prejudicial, racist, misogynist, careless or unsupported, excessively, the dramatic delivery here is not present in the text, but, you know, this is how devotees are hearing it.
Sure.
Excessively or harshly judgmental, etc. How are devotees to understand and explain such assertions? I will argue that the extraordinary tools needed to solve the challenges that arise within Prabhupada's discourse can be found hidden within the essential teachings that he himself offered. So I called this episode understanding and defending Śrīla Prabhupada's, defending Śrīla Prabhupada's statements.
Yes.
Because here we see this here, to understand and explain.
That's right.
And explain defensively, an apology, like apologetics. And these are two different things, to understand them, to explain them to others. Because according to the person you're speaking to, you'll explain things in different ways, and then there's the way that you'll understand it yourself. I think devotees who have read this have collapsed those two together. Maybe the paper lends itself to such a collapse. Basically, what devotees have said, or when they read this, they see self-honest followers too easily appear to self-honest follows. In other words, how they interpret this is that, look, if you're honest with yourself and you're going to be real, some of Prabhupada's statements are irrational, they're prejudicial, they're racist, they're misogynist, they're careless or unsupported, they're excessively or harshly judgmental. People outside the movement are going to say that about it. Nobody's going to argue with that. Of course they are. But people have read this as, and if you're self-honest, you got to admit that they're right. Your thoughts on that?
That's not what I'm saying there. What I'm saying is that let me put it this way. I'm the first devotee in the movement who has been a professor in the university setting, teaching for 35 years, using Prabhupada's original Gita, and I get all kinds of reactions to what Prabhupada says. Not only have I heard these sort of things over and over, you can just cruise the internet. 35 years ago, the internet was not that developed. Now you can cruise the internet. You can get all kinds of sites where Prabhupada is being accused of all kinds of things. And I'm not putting my head in the sand and pretending like they're not there. And that's what I mean about self-honest devotees. If you want to pretend, if you and I, we are devotees, you and I could just scratch each other's backs, say, hey, Jai Prabhupada, hey, we're not going anywhere. We're practitioners. I've been doing this for 51 years. I'm not going to do it anything else. But if we're going to pretend that we live in a world that's self-enclosed, that has nothing to do with anyone else, well, then we don't have to address these things. But if we're actually going to interact with people and transform the way they understand the nature of reality and be able to appreciate Prabhupada's gifts, we don't want these things to get in the way. So they need to be addressed. And what I mean by self-honest devotees, you have to admit that these things have hurt some devotees to the point of even leaving the movement, or the outsiders. Now, not all outsiders and not all insiders, but the fact is, this is a real situation. And who's addressing this? I feel because of my credentials, my fielding various students' reactions all these years, for 35 years in the classroom, I'm in the unique position to be able to address these things. I feel obligated to my spiritual master.
I can understand your point, Prabhu, because when I read the Bhagavad Gita for the first time, there was a part where it says women are less intelligent.
There you go.
Or something like that. I was like, how dare he talk about women like that?
That's
right. So my reaction was like that. Talking about women like that, and they're coming from a woman. What the heck are these people talking about? Do they come from a horse?
Yeah, right.
And not respecting a woman that brought them to life like this? Right. Talking like that. So that was my reaction. And I can understand that.
There you go. I'm working
so
with
I have to be very honest.
That's right. There you go. See, Tapati, I'm talking about self-honest devotees such as your good wife here. Now, obviously, she's not carrying that around with her now. She's a practitioner and so on. But it might actually help Donna Devi if she were even better equipped to understand this kind of thing. One of the quick understandings I've given to my god sister, Vishaka Devi, who included it in her book. She doesn't credit me, but that's okay. She said, how do you explain that women are less intelligent than men? I said, well, Vishaka, women tend to be less intelligent than men in the ways that men tend to be intelligent. It's not an absolute generalization. It's a general generalization. But the necessary corollary is the reverse, that men are less intelligent than women in the ways that women tend to be intelligent. And the word in the Gita is medha. in the 7 qualities of the feminine. So Prabhupada says women are less intelligent than men, but then one of the 7 qualities of women is intelligence. But the word buddhi is not given. The word medha is given. And that's what you'll see in Vishaka's book.
So what is the meaning of the word medha, Prabhu?
Medha is translated by Prabhupada as intelligence, as buddhi is translated as intelligence. But it's a different kind of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the says that people of high intelligence take to the Sri Krishna Sankirtana. That's the word medha is used in that verse, no? In the Bhagavatam.
That's right. Yeah. And, Prabhupada also states elsewhere that women will be more receptive to devotional service than men.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So you see, and look, Sitapati, you strike me as a very intelligent devotee, but honestly, Dana Devi.
Medha or buddhi, Prabhu?
You got the buddhi, but Dana Devi, she's got the medha, and she's far excelled in that than you, I'm afraid. Sorry to bring that. I'm sorry to announce it publicly, but
no, it's great. It's to my glory that I selected her as my wife.
Well, see, now that was buddhi. There's the buddhi at work. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to bring an objection to this.
Okay.
So Prabhupada brings this frame and he applies it, and to say that, oh, it's problematic because people don't like it and some people left. Look, people are going to leave no matter what you do. And to say that it's problematic, is that not? And, I'm sure Suresh Gensler and Anuttama Devidasi, who are present in this podcast, even though they're not physically here, they're going to say that you're criticizing Śrīla Prabhupada's preaching here. Like, that's the way he did it, and people liked it or don't like it, but they joined, and the movement went nuts. And people didn't like it back then either, but it works. And so why are you coming along criticizing Śrīla Prabhupada's preaching?
Not criticizing. What I'm doing is I'm sympathetic to many people's misunderstanding of his preaching. If they're very happy with the way things are and they want to ignore the reality of some people's ways of taking Prabhupada's statements, that's their choice. I don't live in a world where I have my head in the sand. I am a professor out in the world. I am constant. I teach hundreds and hundreds of students. I expose them to the Bhagavad Gita as it is, the original edition. They undoubtedly come up. Let me get rid of this phone here. They undoubtedly are confronted with things that are puzzling. Students ask me, Prabhupada appears to be, very much a patriarch, a patriarchal speaker. Prabhupada seems to not like women. So I'm busy explaining these things. Now, I don't know what world these devotees live in. They don't live in mine, because I am trying to transform the ways people think about Prabhupada's teachings. I'm not correcting Prabhupada. I am illuminating my aim is to illuminate and what Prabhupada is saying and have them enter more deeply into what is really Prabhupada's expressions here.
Can I make a suggestion, Prabhu, and get your reflection or feedback on it about the paper specifically? So what do you think about this? In this section here, in the introductory section, right before why did Prabhupada make assertions, what do you think about inserting a paragraph here which says, many people derive great value and are perfectly satisfied with Śrīla Prabhupada's teachings directly as they are, with no need to interpret them or understand them in any way. And for those people, they need nothing more than Śrīla Prabhupada's books, and this paper is not written for those readers. This paper is written for those readers who find aspects of Śrīla Prabhupada's presentation to be problematic, and my intention is to show how these need not be a showstopper for them.
That may not be a bad idea at all, Sitapatiji. Of course, I won't add to that paragraph something like some devotees are just in la la land thinking that it's going to be perfect for everybody. So I'm not one of those devotees. I want to protect Prabhupada. I feel obligated to explain Prabhupada and not to allow people. I mean, I can't control what people do and what they think, but I can make a difference and transform the way people think about Prabhupada. I'm trying to protect Prabhupada. I'm doing that with his books and the Vani, and I find myself doing that here with the understanding of his Vani when the Vani's not changed.
Are those devotees in La La Land though? Is that not a straw man? Because, for example, I could sympathize with what you're saying, and I can understand that, and I could also say something like this, you know, if we want to take over civilization and reform it, because we're here to bring about a spiritual revolution in the misdirected lives of impious lives of a misdirected civilization, and we're just going to apply our frame to this civilization, and they are going to adapt to that, and they're not going to like it, but they're going to love it at the end. Along the way, they're going to complain, they're going to come kicking and screaming into it, but you know, the realities of the Prabhupada says the moon landings are faked. You know, we arrive in 2024, 25, and then they do the big reveal and reveal that actually it was faked, you know, and then it's kind of like if we modified our presentation along the way, we lose we told you, and then people are like, these guys knew all along, and then they flock to us. You see what I'm saying? It's like by holding the line on these things, as the society flips around, and they go from like Pride Month to the backlash, where they're like, okay, this is nuts, you know, and they go to the super socially conservative position, and we've modified ourselves away from that. So I'm not in La La Land about this. I'm just saying that I think a different approach is gonna yield the fruit over time. And I take offense that you claiming that I'm naive and in La La Land. I'm not. I just have a different approach to it. What do you think of that?
Okay. Again, if your encounter with outsiders, and even with devotees on the inside who've had doubts about these statements that I've heard directly from devotees, I've even heard senior god sisters of mine, when confronted with the different statements that Prabhupada has made about certain things, they didn't even know that were there. They were shocked.
Give an example of that?
Well, women, his statements about women. I've met with senior women who didn't even know the statements were there.
Okay.
So, you know, I want to help devotees absorb things intelligently and sensitively to where they can appreciate that Prabhupada is not intending to distract anyone from his ultimate teaching, which is not about whether women are more intelligent than men or whether men are more intelligent than women. This is not an essential teaching of Prabhupada. Love of God is his essential teaching. And in fact, my article, 3/4 of my article is focusing on love of God. Only 1/4 is focusing on the difficult statements.
The statement that you say there, that it's not an essential teaching, you say in here, let me bring it back up again. Let me have a look here. The tools are found within a hidden.
Yeah.
Where is it? It says a hidden.
Yeah. Since frame. No, it's not that one.
Apologetics is to make them no attempt to soften the seriousness of aspects of Prabhupada's teachings to make them more acceptable.
No.
I mean,
I was in the part you highlighted it.
In here?
Yeah.
I will argue that the
end
yeah, okay, it is. It's here. Yeah, it's in the same paragraph. I will argue that the extraordinary tools needed to solve the challenges that arise within Prabhupada's discourse can be found hidden within the essential teachings that he himself offered. So, you know, you have, let's bring in shout outs to Brian Gonsalves for leaving comments, and we will come round back to those. I just want to pursue this line of argumentation here, or exploration. So Sergei Levikin, who I know is Stoker Krishnadas, He says, many devotees take objection to dismissing any of Śrīla Prabhupada's teaching as non-essential. So on that line here, the extraordinary tools needed to solve the challenges that arise within Prabhupada's discourse can be found hidden within the essential teachings that he himself offered. Mm-hmm. So it seems that you're creating a hermeneutic strategy here, or a hermeneutic tool or doctrine that is we could call it a parokshavad. It's an interpretive theory of approaching the material that's not explicitly stated in the material itself. In other words, Śrīla Prabhupada's hermeneutic that it really distinguishes him from everyone else is he says that it's as it is. And I remember one famous conversation, famous to me anyway, in the Veda base. He's speaking with someone and he says, Krishna says this, and the man says to him, well, what Krishna means there is, and Prabhupada cuts him off and says, we don't care what he means, we only care what he said. So his hermeneutic, his explicit hermeneutical strategy is as it is. But it seems that you're introducing another hermeneutical strategy that is not as it is, but rather some other thing. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So this is explained in the paper. I go to the Bhagavad Gita's embedded hermeneutic. I talk about how Krishna states in the last verse that he speaks to Arjuna, saying that his highest teaching, the single highest point of his teaching, is what is so important here. I mean, Sitapati, let me ask you honestly, are you planning on dying during the waxing of the moon? It says in the 8th chapter, that's what you should be doing. Is that really important to a devotee?
For me, it's more dying on the battlefield facing the enemy, whether they're robots or aliens, in a hail of bullets.
Okay, the enemy here is delusion, illusion, okay? So that's the right answer. But in the Gita, it's stated that you should die during the waxing moon, not the waning moon. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't see devotees walking around like concerned, like, oh my God, I've got to make sure it's the waxing moon, This is not an essential teaching of Krishna.
I don't know about that. I mean, at the level that we are now, that's not an important thing. But in a future lifetime, when I come back and I'm like, you know what, I'm done with this. It's time for me to ascend. And I'm reading the same Bhagavad Gita, a different instruction there is relevant to me. For me, it's like, sure, back to Godhead in one lifetime. But, it's like there's a lot of work still to do on the planet in Prabhupada's mission. So going back to Godhead or, achieving the supreme is not really my goal right now. But in one lifetime, it may be, just to present a counter argument.
Well, we have to listen to Prabhupada in this regard. Prabhupada says, it does not matter how a devotee dies, when a devotee dies, where a devotee dies. Such a devotee will attain perfection because of bhakti. So he even counters what Krishna says there. You see, It's not an essential teaching.
Oh, I have a better one for you, Prabhu, to support your point here. Okay. This is where I read the Gita and I was like, Prabhupada is violating his own hermeneutic here. It says in one verse that, devotees of the Lord, they do not disturb the minds of the materially attached.
Right.
And then in the purport, Śrīla Prabhupada says, but because the devotees know the Lord's heart, they actually go out and disturb people's minds, and preach Krishna consciousness to them. And I was like, he's like literally contradicting the verse.
There we go.
Text in the purport, and yeah, it's a different hermeneutic.
Yeah, it's a paradox. It's one thing to disturb a person, like give that person a push. It's another thing to disturb them with Krishna consciousness. Now, of course, you don't want to give Krishna consciousness a bad name by being a nasty book distributor. You should be a gentleman or a gentlewoman in the context of book distribution, so you leave a good taste in someone's mouth. But yeah, I mean, disturbance on one level is one thing, and disturbance on another level is another thing. Prabhupada did say we're here to. I mean, how is Harinam Sankirtan on the sidewalk of a busy street city not a little bit of a disturbance? Come on. I've been in hundreds of Harinam Kirtans watching wealthy people drive by, and they had to stop at the stoplight, and they had to look at all of these lunatics, jumping up and down, happy, chanting the Lord's names. That's disturbing. They don't know what to do with that.
I just want to be responsible for something here.
Yeah.
When you're saying that they have to look at these lunatics jumping up and down, I understand that what you're saying is the person sitting in the car encountering the Harinam party for the first time is looking out and they are thinking, who are these lunatics and what are they doing? You're not saying that these people are lunatics,
No.
or are you? Are you asserting that these people are lunatics?
I was in the party myself. I don't feel like a lunatic. In fact, I feel very much, a spiritual joy.
You just look like one to certain audiences.
Exactly. And this is what it means to be a bhakta, is to be sensitive to the thoughts and feelings of others, and to be able to work with those and elevate them into greater Krishna conscious awareness. That's our
I understand. Yeah, I understand your way of explaining here. Is like there are words that Śrīla Prabhupada said that are too big to chew for babies.
Okay. That's a good
I
way
would put it in this.
Yeah.
I would put it in this way.
That's actually epic. It's kind of like, it's not the devotees who are in La La Land. It's these foolish people who think that we went to the moon, but we're not going to call them that in public, even though I just said it like on the internet, because they won't like that. But at the same time, what Prabhupada has said is perfect. And then sometimes we need to present things, time, place, and circumstance for the continually degrading, degenerate, woke public. How about that?
Yeah, but Sita Patiji,
that's too extreme.
Sita Patiji, how important is it to drive home to people whether we went to the moon or not? This is not a discussion that I ever care to have. My discussion, when I talk with people, is where they place their hearts. Where is the love of God in your life? That is what Prabhupada spoke of over 100,000 times. The moon landing, he may have spoken about a couple of dozen times. It's not important. It's not essential.
Okay, I'm going to pull in Stoka Krishna here to refute that statement.
Okay.
It is essential to someone, otherwise he would not have said it. Oh, what a fundamentalist. I love it. There is no trifle in Krishna's teachings.
It's not a question of relegating it to trifle. Krishna is extremely generous to Arjuna in presenting all kinds of options for worship. Some worship the demigods, some practice Ashtanga yoga, all of these, but that's not ultimately what's important. Those I would call secondary or supplementary teachings. The essential teachings is to reciprocate Krishna's love for us. Sarvagyatamam bhuya shrinu me paramang vachaha. The greatest message, my supreme message, paramang vachaha, the greatest secret of all, sarvagyatamam bhuya, is you are so much loved by me. That is his supreme message. And there is nothing equal to that message. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. Krishna is quite specific, direct. Some people that are prepared, some people that are prepared to take that and follow that, they will. But many of us are not. Therefore, like for Śrīla Prabhupada's teaching, and Krishna himself is speaking through Śrīla Prabhupada, you can take this road, which is direct, to come back to me, or you can take longer and take all your roads that you want. Nice. Whatever you want to do on the road, right?
That's nice, Donna.
So it is up to you what you want to do. You either take this path that is going to take you millions of years and may come back maybe as another species and then come back again. It's up to you. Or you choose this pathway that I'm giving to you is so direct. You just need to do this, and all the way you're going through this, I am there for you. Yeah. That's one thing that I can understand. Now, the other thing that Pada was talking about, the big words of Śrīla Prabhupada, he's so direct, and I love that.
Yeah.
That's going to be kind of like a shocking and offensive and, repudiating. Is that palabra?
Yeah, repudiating.
Yeah, to some people, because they're not used to see the harsh truth.
Yeah.
The big thing. They're not used to it.
Yep.
For some people are like, fine, I understand that because I know it's direct and I can understand. For other people, like, oh my gosh, they're going to dismay, like they're going to be like fainting. How could he talk about like that? How can be, if he's a saintly person, he should be like mesmerizing me and, patting me in the head and, shaking my cheeks and telling me the words that I want to hear, just the nice words.
Well, actually, Prabhupada did mesmerize it. I mean, when I was in Prabhupada,
he did it his own way.
Oh my God!
He's mesmerizing. But some just going analyze, observing people. Some people are so high ego. The only way they're going to get the message is by you just patting them, massaging their head and their brains for them to take the words they want. They only want to hear certain things, right?
That's right.
Other people are more direct and more like, you know what? Tell me as it is, and we're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
And that kind of people, they don't like the fluffing around, chasing the tail to get to the point. They don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we need to understand, observe the type of people we're speaking, and good, because you're speaking to the people that are like, oh my gosh, how can myself, the first time that I read that statement, I was like, how dare he speak like that about a woman?
Okay.
Why don't I appreciate a woman that is bringing that man into life? That woman has suffered. You see, my brain was generating so many things.
Well, okay. So I'm here to start to appreciate your position and to try to elevate your understanding, you see, to a greater sense of what Prabhupada is saying. Now, I don't need to do that with you now, Donna Devi, but at first, if I met you when you first encountered these statements, then that's when I want to serve the hearts of others and also serve Prabhupada. I don't want people thinking negatively about Prabhupada. I want them to appreciate more deeply what Prabhupada is actually doing and what he's saying.
I think, Prabhu, misguided though you may be, and I'm channeling Suresh Gensler and Anuttama Devidasi here.
Sure.
What there is to acknowledge is your motivation and your intention in presenting this paper and generating these things. You're at the coal face. You're interacting with people every single day. Well, not every day, but, I heard students calling you for your office hours while we were on the podcast. It's your Saturday today. They can't get enough of you. You're interacting with them all the time. Yeah. They're bringing their challenges, their objections, their concerns about the material they're interacting with, and you're presenting Śrīla Prabhupada to them over and over again. And then you're encountering a category of people, a class of people, a certain class or category of concerns that they have that are recurring and frequent. And then you're like, how do I deal with this recurring, frequent class of objections from a certain group of people in the society? And what's an intelligent time, place, and circumstance sensitive response to that to fulfill the mission of my spiritual master? And I can agree, disagree, object to specific aspects of it or elements of it, raise concerns about it, make suggestions about how it might be refined or improved for whatever value they have within them. But at the end of the day, I acknowledge your sincerity, your loyalty to Śrīla Prabhupada, and your desire to advance his mission in this world.
Well, again, your words are very generous, Sitapatiji, and I pray that I can live up to them. I will say that I'm very gratified to say that many, many devotees whom I consider highly seasoned and intelligent have told me all kinds of ways they've appreciated the paper. Because it's the whole point is to try to elevate the understanding of Prabhupada's precious teachings and the way they can be more easily absorbed if they're assisted a little bit. And I'm not just talking about outsiders. I'm talking about insiders. And some of those insiders have left the movement. They've left the movement because of some of these statements. So, and devotees have personally come to me embarrassed to talk to anyone else about it. and they've revealed their minds to me, a kind of crisis of faith. They want to understand, how can I accept what Prabhupada says here if he says this over here? So I've had to deal with this a lot. And devotees have felt comfortable coming to me, taking shelter of me. Now, I don't know what other devotees experience. They may just, the devotees who are so, shall we say, maybe in their own world, their own bubble, which sounds very nice. That's great. But you know what? I doubt people approach them very much, because I don't know that one's heart can be generous and open enough to receive people's difficulties and their struggles. And as a guide and as a teacher, I'm open to that.
It reminds me, sorry.
Go ahead, Donna. Yeah, you go ahead.
It reminds me something that when you were talking, like how you trying to, let's say, making a puree of the big chunk that people cannot take, making puree. You didn't change anything except that you just made a puree. The essential part is there. Long time ago, I don't know how many years ago, maybe the time, my mom used to say, before mothers, when the babies are starting to eat a certain time, age 5-6 months, mothers used to chew the food to give it to them so they can digest it easily.
Okay, that's what you mean by puree.
That one too. You can use it as puree as well.
Okay, yeah. I'm not good in the kitchen, Donna Davy, so you have to forgive me here. Okay, so yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, you're not changing anything except you're just making a bit more softer for people to take it.
Okay, well, yes, but let me add to that, if I may. Not just softer, but more broaden the understanding, so they don't take something as harsh when they understand it in light of Prabhupada's ultimate and essential teachings, which is plain and simple love of God. And this paper, more of it is devoted to that than anything else. And it's interesting that my disputers don't ever mention that. And yet most of the paper is devoted to Prabhupada's theology of love of God, which is his whole focus. That was his whole mission, was to establish love of God in people's hearts. Plain and simple.
I'd like to get this right down on the court. Right down on the court in the part that these devotees are triggered by and are reacting to. As you've said, that most of the paper is Sarvadharma Parityaja Mamekam Sharanam Vraja. This is the whole thing. It's like all the other stuff, you can give that up. You can think women are less intelligent, more intelligent. You can think whatever you want, as long as you get to the same conclusion. And you shouldn't let the pathway that it takes to get there get in the way of getting to the end.
Thank you. Exactly.
And so I want to dial into first of all, I want to acknowledge that you've reflected to me that I have understood both the essential conclusion of your paper, and also, let me just check with you. Are you satisfied that I've understood your intention and your methodology of your paper, what it's intended to do?
So far, I would give you an A.
Wow.
How about me?
Donna Davy, she gets an A+.
See, I knew he was going to say that. Teacher's pet. See, this is the thing is, it's a well-known fact.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Sitapati, but look, I got to call it like it is. But look, an A is an A.
But I'm going to bring some science here. Did you know that attractive women in university courses have higher grades than unattractive women, and get this, they experienced during remote classes that they lost that advantage.
Is that right?
Because they were no longer physically Maya Devi, bewildering the professors there to get their extra class credits and stuff, and so they fell down to the average.
I'm not subject to that transgressive way of being a professor, and nor am I doing that here. But Donna Devi has just demonstrated an extra sense of what's going on in the paper.
No, I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, she's got a very good sense
in there as well.
Also, you know what? Here's what Donna Devi did that you didn't do, is she actually went back into her own history and was willing to offer her own initial, it was vulnerable that she did this, offer her own initial reaction, which was negative on some things. And you know, that honesty is why she got the plus.
Okay. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Honesty, that's the rule.
Extra.
Yeah, very good.
No, but Sitapati, you've got it. You really do. You as far as so far, so good.
Okay. Well, let me take the feedback and the coaching there. When I first read Bhagavad Gita, I got up to chapter 4 in the very beginning. Imam Raja Risheo Vidu. I first gave the science to the sun god, Vivasvan, who gave it to his son Ikshvaku, who spoke it to Manu. And then in the purport, Śrīla Prabhupada says the Bhagavad Gita has been extant in the solar system for 120 million years and in human society for 2 million years. Now I remember that, like from the first time I read it, because I immediately went, rejected. That doesn't jive at all with the whole world view that I've had developed over, you know, the 20 something years of my life up to this point. And I'd studied like a lot of science and, you know, seen all the cartoon memes from NASA and everything and had been fully indoctrinated into that stuff.
Right.
And I just spat the dummy on that.
Right.
Then I got over that because of the association of the devotees, and they just kind of were like, don't even worry about that. And in a sense, it was not essential. It was like, you know what's essential is, do you want some more halava? And hey, we're going to do some
now
kirtan.
We're getting down to basics. See, there we go. See, now, Sitapati, you just got the plus added to your A. See, you went back and see, now you're good with Donna Devi. So you did very well there. No, but seriously, Sitapati ji, faith is, it's a powerful thing. And in the 17th chapter, Krishna talks about, especially in the 3rd verse, that, your faith is what we're made of. We're made of this faith. Shraddha, when morphologically taken apart, means where you place your heart. That is your faith. And if something is disruptive to that process, like it was when you read the 4th chapter beginning at first, and look, in the beginning, your faith is supposed to be challenged. It is supposed to be challenged. But then we as teachers need to be clever enough to elevate someone through that process of strengthening faith, to bring a devotee up to a place of pure love and total devotion to Prabhupada's teachings.
Okay, so to get it back onto the court, hardcore here.
Yeah.
I then became a preacher in an urban preaching center. Did that for like, I don't know, 20 odd years or something. So I was also in contact with people like this day to day, every single day, of the week. We'd have people coming in. And at the same time, in 1998, my spiritual master asked me to write a book about how they didn't go to the moon. So I was like, okay. So I took it on. I did all the research, months and months of research, and looked at it. Where I landed at that time was in this place.
No pun intended, where you landed.
Yeah,
that was very clever. I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, it was not on the moon.
Okay, there you go.
Where I landed at that point in time was there is not sufficient evidence to support the claim that we went to the moon. It is a faith. It is a faith-based claim. It's not scientifically in terms of like from zero, to like a null hypothesis, and then it's like, no, you can't actually. It's not established. And it's definitely not established to the degree that it's taught. It's a belief.
Yeah, right.
But then what stopped me was I was like, I'm not going to publish this book because I I can
I was going to ask you for a
disprove that.
copy. I was going to ask you for a copy.
Yeah, it got stolen. And I went to preach in Peru, and I had the only copy on my laptop there. This was in 2001, and someone stole the laptop off me on the bus, and it's gone. Relegated to history. But anyway, I was like, so many people would have to be in on it, you know, just like Santa Claus. He must be real because so many people would have to be in on it, right? But the moon landing. So we could say not an essential teaching, right? That they didn't go to the moon, causes devotees to lose faith because they're like, I look like a lunatic and I sound like a crazy person because I say they didn't go to the moon, and people are like tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist nut job. And at the same time, easy journey to other planets, you know, Śrīla Prabhupada's teachings, the worldview, the whole kind of like cosmological structure and everything, like it points to that not only did they not go to the moon, but there are powerful people in society actively lying about that and promulgating that. And what else are they lying about?
Yeah.
And Stokerji, he says here, where's his points here? Okay, I'm just going to bring him in because he has, here we go. It can be argued that if one continues to believe in the materialistic scientist worldview, exemplified by the moon landing and the theory of evolution, one cannot develop firm faith in Krishna, thus discrediting the materialistic paradigm exemplified by those memes is very essential. Now, I want to get your, I want to pin you down on this one. Now, are you like, yeah, they didn't go to the moon, they're faking the whole thing. The world is like composed of people who are lying to the general public. They're not devotees. They're, you know, powerful asuras are at work and manipulating people. And as a means of kind of dodging and weaving through that whole thing that we've got here and getting people on board with the essential message of Krishna consciousness, and maybe they get more purified later and become moon landing deniers as well. Is that the case? Or are you like, you know, not only is it not really a big deal whether they went to the moon or not, you know, they probably did actually go to the moon, and you know, people will think we're crazy if we say that because we kind of are. And I'm not really sure why Prabhupada said that, but he was probably just throwing stuff out there to blow people's minds. And I'll call that careless vairagya. Like, which of those two sides? Well, or in other words, did they go to the moon?
Yeah. First of all, Prabhupada's position on the moon is a little variegated. He has said different things at different times. He said, even if we went to the moon, we still weren't really on the moon because we didn't enter the moon's atmosphere. So, you know, and look, I can guarantee you both that on my deathbed, I am not going to be pondering whether we went to the moon or not. I'm not going to be thinking about that. No.
Me neither, because we definitely didn't go.
Okay, well, okay. And you know what? And as far as I'm concerned, we didn't go, and I could care less. I could care less if we did go. I could care less if we didn't go. I know that science has its own faith-based kind of culture, which we're not really a part of entirely. I mean, we do rely on science. Right now, we're relying on science. I wouldn't be able to see you both in New Zealand. Is that where you are, New Zealand?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I'm in America. You're in New Zealand. Wow. Science does a lot of good stuff that we can use in Krishna service. I saw Prabhupada personally, you know, bang on the microphone. This is spiritual. Okay. So, you know, it all belongs to Krishna. And it's a question of whether we're clever enough to use it. And the moon landing is something we can be clever enough to use to show the incredible faith that people have in science. You know, I got an advertisement for the Encyclopedia Britannica years ago. And they said, you know, this is the best encyclopedia in the world. And it is for material knowledge, sure. And they said, now, if you already have last year's Britannica, you should consider getting this year's Britannica, because what was considered true last year may not be true this year. I had a big laugh. I said, Prabhupada, exactly. There you go. Even the Britannica is admitting what was true last year may not be true this year. There you go.
Here's a perfect example. On the court.
Yes.
Brian Gonsalves. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your attention, Brian, and thanks for the contributions you've been making in the comments. Although we haven't pulled any in up to this point, they're there. Other people are reading them. He says, I feel compelled to disconnect from this conversation if we are asserting that the moon landing, he says mood, but moon landing, editorial correction for the second edition of the comment, the moon landing was faked, shaking my head, SMH. It's just a perfect example, right? Now, you said that Śrīla Prabhupada modified, he had different statements about the moon landing, and there is a VAD about that he started off with hardcore moon landing denial.
Right.
But when one disciple spat the dummy and left on the basis of that, Prabhupada modified his presentation to make it less kind of jarring for his Western disciples who had so much faith in the cartoons from NASA. You know, and so he started to say things like, maybe they did go there, but it's not really entering the moon atmosphere. Maybe they went to Rahu, a number of different statements.
There's so many statements. See, this is what I call vairagya carelessness. Did Prabhupada actually really care?
I say yes.
This is a sage who is absorbed in Radha Krishna Leela. And you're telling me he cares about the moon landing? This is like telling the richest man in the world that, you know, you just wasted 10 cents on a piece of bubble gum.
I disagree with that.
Really?
Yeah, I'd like to respectfully disagree.
No, this is very disrespectful of you, Sitapati. I will not have it.
I will punish him for you.
Yeah, thank you, Donna Davy. Good, thank you.
Yeah. So Brian actually brings it up here. The faith, as you put it, is not on any particular scientific claims, but in the process of finding knowledge.
Nice.
You see, the moon landing is, as you say, you're like, oh, Prabhupada banged on the mic. We've got a mic here, bang on it. You know, this is spiritual. Science is, we're using the internet to talk to each other. And what's happening here is that these things are being used to build faith and credibility for a particular worldview propagated by particular people, and there are only two types of created beings. Sorry to be an extremist, the divine and the demoniac, Bhagavad Gita, chapter 16, right?
Yeah.
Now, the
Sura,
moon
Asura.
landing, yes, Sura and Asura.
Right.
The moon landing plays into that because it's like, of course, the power of this worldview and these authorities, because such things as the microphone, the video, the moon landing, and so many other things beyond that. I say that Prabhupada was out to chop the tree of the faith in the Asuras at its root by attacking the claims that they make. Prabhupada knew that was fake because what they were claiming that they've done is not possible according to the worldview of the Bhagavatam. You can't simultaneously accept the cosmological worldview of the Bhagavatam and the claims of NASA without acknowledging that there must be a deception taking place in there. That's the logical conclusion of that. And to be bold and to say, I accept the Bhagavatam as it is, which means they must be lying. So I'm going to call them liars, bald-faced liars, straight up, and history will be the judge. And we will win on this planet because that's what's happening here. I say that that's Prabhupada's position. And as a sage, that's what he's doing.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that, Sitapatiji, but I would add that the discourse on external, relatively superfluous knowledge is just not that important. But I like what you're saying. The investment of one's faith, to put so much faith in science, is absurd in terms of Krishna Bhakti tradition. So yes, following that general principle, I embrace everything you just said.
Well, I would like Brian says he says that is correct. That's what he was doing exactly. I hope this, Brian, this means that you're okay being in the same conversation with a hardcore moon landing denier and another devotee who's like agnostic on the thing and Prabhupada presented.
I just don't care. I just don't care.
Yeah. Garuda Prabhu has careless renunciation towards that particular aspect. Whereas I'm like fully, and maybe for those who are watching, you can see that there are different ways of approaching these statements, because we have two different approaches here. Mine, this kind of fundamentalist moon landing denier position, but not fanatical, like it's reasoned. I have a reasoned position about it.
That's what I said, Sitapatiji. I actually appreciate what you're saying. You're really talking about where one puts one's heart. If you're placing your heart in science, I feel sorry for you. If you're utilizing science, as in yukta vairagya, okay? Yukta vairagya. And there's vairagya carelessness when you're not yukta-ing it. But when, when you're utilizing it, engaging in a Krishna seva, this is perfection,
Yeah.
You have something you want to say? I heard that breath.
I have so many things to say.
Okay, Garuda and I, I've been talking quite a lot, and Garuda's been responding to me. So how about you bring some of your points now on?
Yeah, I don't know where I read it. Maybe it's here that what I read it or maybe comments like, you minimizing Śrīla Prabhupada.
Ah, okay, good. Mm-hmm.
Something along the lines. And thinking about it and how you are coming as a, it's black and white. Like, I don't care about these details that doesn't add anything to my purpose, my service to Śrīla Prabhupada. Yes, I know these details, but it's not of importance to me. But the important to me is this, serving Śrīla Prabhupada, and perhaps matching the words, or not matching, but making softer for the people that cannot swallow this. And that is my other service for Śrīla Prabhupada. And by doing that, this is my my personal observation, is in no way you minimizing him. Śrīla Prabhupada is Śrīla Prabhupada, and I love his directness of Śrīla Prabhupada. It's just like cutting. It's not nonsense here.
I love it too.
Yeah, I love it. And there is so much of that is very true, but it's very true. If I read the Śrīla Prabhupada's books, and the way he put the things is like, you're right. You absolutely right about this. But you know what? It hurts me. Because he's cutting my ego.
Yeah.
And it hurts me because I've been attached to that, to my belief system, to my whatever thinking pattern, everything that I've been holding dear to myself. It's like saying to a child, hey, actually, Father Christmas doesn't exist. The presents that we put in the socks, it was your mom or your dad. What? Nuts! You lied to me, and no, you are a liar, and this, this
destroying the
illusion of the child,
right?
Because in the child's mind was this world of like, Father Christmas is gonna come, the illusion and the fantasy that was creating that child. But the reality is, he doesn't exist. They just made it. They created this persona.
Yeah.
And it's the same for when Śrīla Prabhupada said, hey, you the spirit soul, you attached to your body. You're thinking about nonsense. You're doing nonsense. Involving yourself in activities that are degrading you. And you have to do this. Things are this and that and this and that. It's just very cutting. And so people are like, come on, how can you say such a thing like that? No, you are evil. No, you this one. They will have their own perspective of seeing things. And I can relate that to that example of a child, was breaking the bubble of that child. It is like, wow, incredibly painful. And by doing that, what are you doing? This is my personal observation. The minimizing Śrīla Prabhupada. I don't think so. In no way. No.
You don't think so?
So you know what?
No.
So Donna Devi, you're reminding me of a time early in the 1990s. I was a professor at Duke University. It's quite a prestigious university in America. And I was teaching a course on religions of India. And in this course, about 50 kids are in this course, and pretty much fills the room. Well, I had one student who was rather tall, who used to come in. He would never look at me. He would walk to the back of the classroom, sit in the corner where he could rest his head, because the corner holds the head, and he would put his legs up on the chair next to him and basically sleep during my classes. And of course, many students would, he even one time started snoring a little bit. Everyone sort of chuckled. I said, no, leave him alone. He probably needs the sleep, and he probably can absorb what I'm saying better when he's asleep than when he's awake. So I would kind of joke a little bit about it and so on. Then I said, now, as one lecture came up, and I said, now we're going to move to the Bhagavad Gita. This is one of the greatest pieces of spiritual literature in the whole world. Suddenly, he turns, right? Every class, he's back with his feet up on the desk, asleep. Suddenly, in this class, he gets up and he raises his hand straight up in the air and looks at me. And he never looked at me. I said, yes, welcome to our class. And I said, what can I do for you? He said, I have a question. And he was trying to embarrass me. I said, yes, please go ahead. Why are we using the Bhagavad Gita from the Hare Krishna movement in a, famous university such as this? I said, that is an excellent question. I'm so glad that you are able to rouse yourself to ask this question. And I said, you know what? I can give you my own Bhagavad Gita, but that's an academic Gita. Rather, and there are many other Gitas out there, so many Gitas, but this is the only Gita that has actually sunk into the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people and inspired them in devotion to Krishna. So this is a practitioner's Gita, and I want all of us to be able to enter into something of the experience of the practitioner. Thank you so much for asking this question. And I'm sorry, I forgot your name. I did remember his name, but I said that just to be a little dismissive. So anyway. So yes, Donna Devi, there's no question of minimizing Prabhupada. In fact, it's the other way, but it's not empty, glorification of Prabhupada to outsiders that people will see as just obsequious, follower practice. In the academic setting, which is rigorous, I have to show how and why Prabhupada's Gita is able to be appreciated. And that's exactly what I try to do every single year now for 35 years.
I'd like to present a strong objection to that.
Please.
Prabhu, you are the one who is in La La Land. You see, the reason why Prabhupada's Gita is the one that makes the devotees. Proof is in the pudding, right? The academic Gitas, so many Gitas, but before that, not one devotee of Krishna. Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, as it is, boom! Hundreds, thousands of devotees. This self-replicating viral network of people just joining up, finding books on the ground, reading it, and then just going to the temple, shaving their head, heading into the Chicago airport, distributing back to Godhead and big books like crazy. That came from Prabhupada's Gita. And you know why? Because in Prabhupada's Gita, in contrast to these other nonsense Gitas, he says 120 million years in the solar system, 2 million years in human society, women are less intelligent, eat it. And that is the power of the Gita. And you want to take that away, and I'll give an analogy here. What you've done is you've taken a championship gym that was producing Mr. Olympia competitors. And some people came in and said, oh, the training is too hard. We don't like it. Some people quit, gave up their gym memberships. Happens everywhere all the time. And you're like, you know what we need to do? We need to make the training less hard on people so that they like it. And you got all these overweight people in there, and they're doing some little things. and it just doesn't produce the same result. You've destroyed the Mr. Olympia training program to cater to the whims of a degenerate, weak society of people who are whining and complaining. Your thoughts on that objection, Prabhu? I enjoyed that. That was fun.
Patti, you are sweet. I loved that was a discourse. This is when I wish I was recording things. That was really sweet. Now look, okay, so let me argue against it slightly. I'm not taking the training away. The metaphor would be I would remove Prabhupada. There are some academic devotees that will not use Prabhupada's Gita in the university. Do you know that?
Shame. Well,
That's
in the
not
academic context.
But that's making the training softer and catering too much to people. No, I don't remove Prabhupada's Gita.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to be confronted with I want them to experience what the original world teacher of Krishna Bhakti has to say. That's what I want. And that is not softening the rigorous training. See, Tapatiji, it's now, if I were, trying to dodge certain things, or I were, trying to, no, they've got the whole Gita. I make them buy Prabhupada's Gita. Sometimes they say, well, Professor Schweig, can I have a Gita by another professor? Sometimes they even say, I have your Gita. Will that be a good enough, can I just use that? And I say, no, you cannot use that. There's a reason why I am requiring A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada's Gita. And you'll see, you'll find out. So the training is not softened. It's there. Now, there will be occasionally, Sita Patiji, someone will come up to me and say, Dr. Schweig, I have been looking for this book all my life. It's rare. I don't get that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Some people come up and say, there is so much that makes sense in this book. I'm going to keep reading it after this course. I said, wonderful. Some people just, it's part of the course, part of the readings. It's required reading, whatever. I bought the book, whatever.
Mm.
There you go.
That is the way.
Mm. And it's good that you brought that in, that analogy about the Olympian trainers and the non-Olympian trainers. They are a bit overweight, or maybe they're just so lethargic and they don't have so much enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And just enticing them. Yes, you can exercise, in this way.
Yeah.
And still train, not as rigorous as other people, because if you train these people so rigorously, they will be like
eject,
heart attack on the spot. And do we want that? No. So you tailor and understanding the mentality and where they are at, and giving them what is necessary at that time.
Right. But I don't change the gym equipment. The equipment
exactly.
of the gym is the same, whether they can fully, pump iron, 40 reps or just 2 reps. That I can't control, but I can try to inspire maybe 30 reps.
Mm.
Yeah, I like it. Well, let's go to Brian's comment in a moment.
Yeah.
I'd just like to address something. So, Brian, we got your comment there, and it's to Dana Devi. We're going to come to that in a minute, but I want to pull in Suresh Gensler, G.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm not sure what is. Do you know what Suresh Gensler's initiated name is? I'm going to ask him live on the internet. Yeah, it's Suresh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, to preface this reminds me of a series of lectures that Dave Amrita Swami gave in Mayapur in 2001, titled Contemporary Urban Preaching Seminar, How to Crack a City. And in there, he says you got indirect and direct preaching. He says direct preaching, 4 on the floor, Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, just surrender to him. You have your Sunday feast and people come and you say, hey, shave your head, start chanting Hare Krishna. And people who have sufficient Sukriti, Bhakti Sukriti for that, they're going to roll in and just join up straight away. And he said, but then there's a whole lot of other people who need some more, sukriti, some more sadhusanga, agyata sadhusanga, to get to that point. And if the only thing that we're offering is the 4 on the floor program, we're going to miss out on a lot of people that we could otherwise get. Mm-hmm. So we have these urban preaching centers, Sundays, fly the Hare Krishna flag, 4 on the floor, in your face. Rest of the week, a variety of different programs where people can come, take prasadam, get sadhusanga unknowingly, develop some faith in the association of devotees, and provide money which keeps your center running. So you can offer yoga or seminars on contemporary kind of books that are interesting to people, whatever it happens to be, Ayurveda, so many different things. And he said, they're like 2 tracks of a train. If you have only direct preaching, then you're going to miss out on a whole lot of people who don't have sufficient credit for that. But if you have only the indirect preaching, your devotees are going to become weak over time. And the other thing is you're only going to produce weak devotees. So I think one of the arguments against this, or concerns about it, and I can hear you addressing it, because you've got the hardcore weight training room out the back where people are like injecting undiluted Bhagavad Gita as it is, steroids into their veins and pumping iron hardcore. And then you've got the front of house thing where, people can do a little bit of Richard Simmons jazzercise and it's kind of interesting and easy for them. You got both of those going on, which I really appreciate. Devotees, of course, are rightly so concerned about mutation, deviation, like we're going to water it down. And what was initially a concession and a bridging, if you like, or an on-ramp becomes the new kind of gold standard. And so Suresh Prabhu says the concept of a specific audience that the paper is written for is not relevant if the paper is being presented in order to enact a change that will be enforced on all devotees. No doubt, motivated by a secret Illuminati within ISKCON.
Mm-hmm. Enforced? How in the world do you enforce? I don't understand this statement. How am I? Well, am I enforcing something on all devotees? I can't even enforce anything on my own senses. I don't understand. There's no enforcing. Is he talking institutional? I don't understand.
How about if we just widen that to it becomes influential? And this idea of the careless vairagya, and it's like, well, now we just discard any of the statements of Śrīla Prabhupada that we find problematic or challenging to ourselves and to others on the basis of this vipralipsya vairagyavad, and we can just throw them away, and then we just keep only one statement, which is saradhamam parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja. And then the effect of that is that we find out that our Mr. Olympia training gym turns into a Richard Simmons jazzercise gym, and that's all we're producing.
Not acceptable to me. Not acceptable.
Okay.
It's while I appreciate Devamrita Swami, was that who it was? Devamrita Swami?
Devamrita Swami, yeah.
The 2 tracks. To me, that's the fallacy of the false dilemma. It's not either or. It's not binary, one or the other. Each person we encounter is a precious soul that we can either elevate or we just are not able to. And each person, we need to find out why Krishna is putting this soul in front of us. What do they need to be able to do the heavy, pumping iron thing? I'm trying to use your metaphor. I'm not a very
it's a stretch. I get it.
I'm not really as knowledgeable about this as you are, clearly. Okay. So I apologize for that. So it's not about influencing or enforcing. It's about serving the hearts of others. And, if it's not a formulaic thing, it's about really attending another person's soul on their journey. And this could be a lot of different things that could be required here. And I think it's direction, not perfection. Don't expect someone to attain perfection in one sitting during a Sunday feast. In one sense, they've already attained it if they've looked at the deities. I mean, that is perfection. They don't know it, but it is perfection. But it's about, connecting sweetly and deeply with another person. It's not about dismissing Prabhupada's statements. No, it's about making sure that they're put in the proper perspective. And really, why are we here? We're here to develop love of God, plain and simple. Now, how that works can be very complex. And I'm a trained theologian. Prabhupada read my master's thesis. He blessed me in this work to continue as a trained theologian. And, that's what I do. This is what I try to present to the intellectual world, a way that they can appreciate the magnificent teachings that Prabhupada brought.
How do we get hold of that master's thesis?
Oh, I haven't really made it public. You know what it was on? I'll tell you what it was on. By the way, the first time the word hermeneutic was ever used in the movement was back in the title of that paper, that master's thesis, back in 1977. It was a hermeneutical study on the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Chaitanya Charitamrita, where I am defeating scholars' criticisms of Krishnadas Kaviraj.
And that was blessed by Śrīla Prabhupada.
Oh, yeah. Prabhupada.
Oh,
I was in between University of Chicago and going off to Harvard for my studies. And Prabhupada, and this is on my website, and I'm too embarrassed to repeat it here. You can read it on garudadas.com. But he blessed me and encouraged me. Now, if you know anything about Prabhupada, when Prabhupada sensed or didn't like something or it was not right, boom, he put an end to it right away. I've seen him do that several times. Prabhupada not only did not do that with me, he blessed my work. Rupanuga Prabhu also described in the last letter, in the last paragraph to Prabhupada that he ever wrote Prabhupada, and he wrote 101 letters to Prabhupada, to which he got 100 responses from Prabhupada. Prabhupada loved Rupanuga, and he, taught Rupanuga so much. Rupanuga's last paragraph to Prabhupada was that Garuda Das, your disciple, and he said some nice things about me, which I'm not, I don't know if it's true, but like he's a gentleman, he's a perfect gentleman, something like that. Well, I don't think you're seeing that side of me right now, but that's okay. Sitapati, I know we've had a little rough time here. Okay, just be calm. Okay, but Rupanuga put it beautifully. Garuda's going to Harvard to vanquish the monopoly that Christians have in the field of theology, to establish the theology of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sitapati, Dana Devi, that's my whole life. That's all I do. And I'm fortunate enough, I get paid for it.
We need to get that master's thesis. It needs to be out there. So if nothing else, we have a copy to put into the Garuda Das Granta Samadhi.
Granta Samadhi. Oh my gosh. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I would like to read that.
Yeah.
It will be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prabhupada read it.
Okay. So we're going to go, we'll go to Suresh's further comments in a minute. I love that conspiracy theory. We've got to go deep into that. I probably will outlive you in this lifetime, Prabhu. So I fully intend to write a paper after you're gone, explaining what you really meant with this paper and how in the last moments of your life on your deathbed, you said, Bhaja Govinda, Bhaja Govinda, Bhaja Govinda Mudha Mate. They definitely did not go to the moon. His final teaching. I'll get the last word if I live long enough to do it.
You are my perfect biographer. All I ask you to do is let Dana Devi edit it.
Thank you. Yes.
I will trust that biography as long as Dana Devi Mata edits it.
Okay. That's the best I could hope for.
Yeah.
We'll do it together. Okay. I'd like to bring in this comment from Brian Gonsalves.
Yeah,
this is
please.
again on the court. How do people react to these kind of presentations? Right?
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Brian, you're amazing. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah.
Brian says, stop referencing to persons who have a non-devotee way of seeing importance in the world as childlike. That is belittling the importance of examining these statements.
That is exactly how I'm speaking, we say something and then, wow, they get triggered. And they say, oh, but they're talking in a way that's belittling and this and that. So they create a different word. There's no minimizing, but this is the way of observing things. We observe how Śrīla Prabhupada said, we read the books what Śrīla Prabhupada said, and the words he says, and we just like, oh my gosh, he's just this. Personally, I did have that experience.
And of course, Brian's having that reaction to what you're saying.
And he's having that reaction to what I'm saying. Like, you don't speak to people belittling. Like, I'm not belittling people. I'm just giving this example.
Yeah.
This is pink. This is green. Oh, wait, green.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Anyways.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go
No,
ahead.
Donna, Davey, I like what you're saying. If I hear you correctly, it's about being real when people react to what it is that we teach, that we present of Prabhupada's teachings. And, it's not like we try to bring the negative views of what Prabhupada states, out. No, but if it comes out, the question is, how do we address it? And that's all that this paper is trying to equip us with.
Exactly. And the thing here, we need to look more deeper than that. Not only addressing is like, okay, so I hear or I see here, and it's great that Brian is putting himself in this, ¿cómo se llama esto?
En español?
Spanish. It's not humble. Vulnerable. There we go.
Vulnerable. Okay.
This is statement for me is an expression of vulnerability.
Okay. I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
And being vulnerable is actually being real for me.
Right.
And that he's expressing the trigger that is bringing in himself. The word that I pick up here is belittling. Mm-hmm. So what about that? You feeling belittled. So that's the question the person has to ask himself or herself. This is not only for you, Brian, because it's a great example for many people, including myself. Our triggers is actually deeper inside that exists within ourselves. And what is Śrīla Prabhupada saying and what we triggering is actually what exists in us, not what he said.
Right. Yeah. Beautiful. I like the way you distinguish between the two. It's, you take a Prabhupada statement X, whatever that is. You get one person A will react to it one way. Person B will react to it another way. Person C will react it to another way. And there are the multivalency of reactions. Again, I think exercises the teacher or preacher of Krishna Bhakti, and in a way that we need to become very adept at serving the hearts of others in the ways that they need help. They need assistance. I think it's about really being sensitive to where people are at. Yeah.
Brian's coming back here. Brian, you said you can speak for yourself. There's no need to position me. I mean, you need to do a better job of writing your comments in that case. But let me see if I can get this. And Brian, you're out there, you're listening. You can let me know. Now, Brian, you're saying, is the statements that Śrīla Prabhupada said about women truth on a higher level, or is it not? This conversation is skirting the topic.
Do you want me to? Okay, you go ahead.
Well, I'd like to just contextualize something here. The paper, When the Master Speaks, subtitle, I've just remembered the first part, Ways of Understanding Śrīla Prabhupada's Challenging Teachings and Form of Discourse. It really presents a way, right, of understanding Śrīla Prabhupada's
or different ways.
Challenging. Yeah, okay.
Different levels, Sitapati, different levels.
Different levels.
Right.
Okay, so Brian's asking, is the statements that Śrīla Prabhupada said about women truth on a higher level, or is it not? Like, is it true? See, my approach to that is, well, Brian says it's difficult to write here and not to speak directly. Brian, would you like to come onto the stream and engage in this conversation directly?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Let me know and I can message you the link. My way of approaching that these days is I never would. I don't skirt around that stuff with people. I'm like, you may not like it, but let me explain to you why this is a fact and how this is a fact.
Yep.
And people who are committedly not going to, no matter what, they're not interested because they are a priori that this cannot be true because of their particular conditioning, the political milieu that we live in. You know, we're 3-4 generations deep into industrial contraception here, which is like changes the whole fabric of society. And, you know, if there is an industrial collapse as a result of like climate disaster, war, engineered economic crisis, et cetera, pandemics, et cetera, and industrial contraception goes away, you know, we're going to revert back to biology, which is going to change a lot of society. Anyway, beside the point, my way of approaching it is to explain how it is true.
Right.
Rather than to write it away and say, well, he's carelessly, you know, carelessly renounced about what he's saying here, and this is not, you know, absolute truth.
Yeah.
That's my particular way of approaching that.
I actually like your way of approaching it, Sita Patiji. The Vairagya carelessness is only to try to appreciate that Prabhupada said many different things about women. Prabhupada spoke from different angles of vision, and that's why it can appear that Prabhupada's contradicting himself. No, he's, you know, the Western way of thinking is very much binary. You know, something's either yes or no. But have you ever seen the Indian head wobble? You know? Okay. The Indian head wobble says yes, no, maybe, maybe not, none of the above, all at once. It depends on the angle of vision. Things are not so simple. We in the West, the Western mind likes the binary, yes and no. The Indian mind loves the different angles of vision. And I see this when I study the Upanishads and when I study Vedanta and Mimamsa and so on. So, and I see this in Prabhupada. Prabhupada's, what's so enjoyable about reading Prabhupada is the way he can shock you into one idea and then into another one, and then into yet another one. And so, you know, it's about the richness of what Prabhupada teaches, and that we should not impose onto Prabhupada a simplistic, binary, you know, right or wrong kind of thing, or black and white.
What an unsatisfying answer for the mind that is attached to the binary black or white, right? It's like, just tell me, is it true or not, you know?
Well, there we go.
It's complicated.
That's right.
Simultaneously true and not true, true in some ways, untrue in others.
That's right.
Not true. Yeah, it's a multiple superposition.
Right. But Sita Patiji, see, it takes some dexterity, intellectual, philosophical dexterity, to be able to explain things. I've been confronted in Sunday feast lectures with hundreds of people there. Prabhupada, your spiritual master, says that women are less intelligent. Is that true? And the first thing I'll say is, yes.
Yes, it is true that he said that.
No, I don't even say that. I say, yes, it is true. But let me tell you what else Prabhupada said. Let me tell you what else Prabhupada said. And I'll go through different things that Prabhupada said. So, according to my paper, this is the Madhyama understanding and presentation. Kanishta would be, yes, women are simply less intelligent than men. That's Kanishta.
Okay.
It's just not presenting the whole picture.
Right, because he said a lot of other things as well. So
he said
if we understand
a lot of other things. And then of course, I remember this woman brought up that, you know, the smartest woman in the world has an IQ of 205, which is, by the way, out crazy high.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's even higher than yours.
Not really. Mine, I think mine's okay, never mind. Anyway. So
it must be, Prabhu, because women are less intelligent.
Well, you know what? I mean, Sita Pati, if hers is a 205, mine has got to be 206. I'm telling you.
Okay, we've got to bring in this comment. Tim Mowick says, this guy is the champion braggart. He is, of course, referring to me because there is no one who is a bigger braggart than me. No, Prabhu, I'm a bigger braggart.
I think he's talking about me.
No, if your IQ is 206, mine has to be 207.
Hey, stop fighting.
We interrupted your flow. You're in the Sunday feast. Hundreds of people are there. someone puts their hand up and says, hey, your spiritual master said that women are less intelligent. Is that true? And you start off by saying, yes, that is true.
Yes.
That's your opening move.
Right.
Yeah.
But then I have so much more to say it and enrich the topic where then everyone really becomes quite satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
That's an art.
Yeah.
But then, Sitapati, honestly, I'm very spoiled. I am literally paid to read and think about Krishna Bhakti theology all day long and write about it and publish it.
And the other thing is, like, when you say, they ask this question and you answer, yes, it is true. And then you enrich the whole conversation there. At the end, obviously, you lay out all of the knowledge there, but it's up to people to make their own truth.
That's right. Yeah, beautiful. Again, Donna David, you're appreciating the variegatedness and diverse responses and levels of receptivity that are invariably there in any teaching circumstance. I have to take into account this kind of thing when I teach a class of, say, 100 people. Is every student going to receive exactly what I say the same way? Of course not. So this is about really being sensitive in a kind of lecture context. Context. Now, when Sitapatiji is talking about encountering a single person at a Sunday feast, then you can work with them so sweetly and personally and individually.
For sure. But one question can, not only one person had that question, just that person asked that question at that time, but many people in the world are having that question. If they read the Bhagavad Gita, they don't have association of devotees they will have. So one statement, for example, here, Brian Gonzalez asked this question,
Gonsalves.
But that question itself, over there, other people in the world are asking themselves.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, exactly. So I like what Donna Davies saying, that when one person asks a question, it's not isolated. The chances are that he or she or they are asking such a question that many people will be thinking on a more corporate level. So that's why it's important to address people's questions, because no one person is utterly isolated from everyone else. You're going to be entertaining that question that will be at least for others as well. Yeah, very good.
Brian says, so then it becomes a non-issue if it's not conclusive, because it can be equally stated that men are less intelligent than women. If I could say something to that, Prabhu, I think the thing about this is that you read that women are less intelligent than men, and now you have to think about it. It's not simply that you just like, well, you can. I could just get a robot or a parrot to just repeat the statements of Prabhupada. I could train a parrot to say, you are not the body, chant Hare Krishna, surrender to Krishna, and then we just whack it on the Vyasa-san at the Sunday feast, and it just says that, and it's like, job done, But you actually have to think about it. It's like, what does that mean? And what are the implications of that? And why did Śrīla Prabhupada say that? And what does this mean for the future? If these are the law books for the next 10,000 years, you've got to start thinking about things like, what happens? What is the impact of industrialized contraception on the social fabric? What is happening to the intelligence and the testosterone levels of men? Right. What happens if there's an industrial collapse and reliable contraception is no longer available? How does that change the social structure? And what are the, there's like all kinds of things that you start thinking about. If you're on this planet and you're like, we're going to get this job done, and it's the contemplation of it. And then there are so many other angles. Those are my angles of thinking about it because of my personality and, my dharma, etc. But it's the contemplation of the question, not that like you simply go, is it true or not? Yes, it's true. There's nothing, a robot or a parrot can do that.
There's more to that. Yeah.
I very much appreciate your response, Sitapati, and I have nothing to add to it, which is rare for me because I'm rather loquacious.
It must mean I have a 207 IQ. This is not a conclusion.
Yeah. It can't be.
Mine is higher. Mine is higher. Stop fighting, guys.
I love the smack talk in the comments. Much Kundadas says, Tim Marwick, if you had a trumpet that big, you'd probably blow it too. Brian Consalves says, so you're accepting the statement as a fundamental truth that has implications based on that truth.
I think that's reasonable.
That's how I accept all of
That's right.
Prabhupada's things, and they require, that's how I understand them. And then there is defending them or apologetics for them, which is presenting them, explaining them, allowing them to land for people and disarming people's defenses. It's kind of like send in the special forces to blow up the radars and then send in the cruise missiles, right? To use a military analogy.
Yeah. The other thing about like, because here it's, I guess we are in the stage of life or level of consciousness, because we developing by the day, by the minute, you know, there are many things that's happening in our life that is making us develop, or going backwards. If a person is satisfied and say, yes, Śrīla Prabhupada said a woman is less intelligent, and he's like, oh my gosh, you know, and then you have to start thinking about this. For me, as a question from a woman, if you think a woman is less intelligent, then why do you want to be with a woman? Don't seek the company of a woman. If you think the woman is less intelligent, don't dare to have a child with a woman that has less intelligence, because your child will be less intelligent. Come on.
It's a male.
No. Start thinking a bit beyond that. You know what I mean? Because this is a good question. If you think the woman is less intelligent, don't get closer to a woman. Don't even dream about her. Don't even think about the form of a woman, because they're less intelligent. Less intelligence means they're less attractive.
Right.
No, not necessarily.
It could not be, but you know, intelligence is very attractive. Maybe not for you, but for me, it's very attractive.
That's why you're attracted to me.
Get out. Okay, so we have to start thinking about that. Now, there is a statement, equally, you know, men are less intelligent. Oh my gosh. Then what am I going to marry? You know, a less intelligent man? Ooh, that means my children will be this and that.
Hogs, dogs, camels, and asses. And among those four, I don't find much intelligence.
Exactly. So so that is the question that I start asking myself, and that is the question I start asking myself when I read Śrīla Prabhupada's book, the Bhagavad Gita. And then later on it says, like, Krishna invested 6 opulences into woman and only 1 to a man. Like, wow. What does it mean?
Yeah.
So as the opening of the podcast you were mentioning, you know, yes, women are more intelligent than men in certain areas, and man is more intelligent than woman in certain areas. Like, that is true.
Generally speaking, in their temperaments. So there's a crossover. Like, men are generally stronger than women, but you can find women who are stronger than a man, a given man, but the strongest man is stronger than the strongest woman. And the spread on statistically is that men are generally stronger than women, but that's not a statement about any particular man or woman's relative strength.
Right.
Just to throw that out there.
And then we have to think about what type of intelligence are we talking about?
Right.
Buddhi Rameda.
Right. So intelligence is generalized.
That's right.
But what type of intelligence are we talking that females or females have more that men cannot have?
Yep.
Like emotional intelligence.
Krishna have given a man certain
color combinations,
flavor of intelligence to men, and the females as well, to serve each other. You know,
that's right.
There is
that's to raise a child.
Exactly. It requires a higher intelligence for a woman.
Yeah.
Not only the intuitive intelligence.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Suresh Prabhu has his contribution. Śrīla Prabhupada taught that all living entities have a specific bhava that makes their life form superior. A vulture can see a dead body from 8 miles away. Women have their qualities that are superior to men. However, men have their qualities that make them, in general, superior to women, such as the ability to carry a 150 pounds pack in the army. Brian Gonsalves. Sorry?
I'm not sure I understand what that was saying, but maybe you can explain it to me.
Oh, yeah. He's just saying that, you know, there are different specific characteristics of different living entities, and they can be categorized in particular ways. And I believe he's making the point here that men well, he says men in general superior to women. People might argue with that, but concrete, the ability to carry a 150-pound pack in the army. They're just going to be physically, because of the hormone balances in the body. But, you know, where do we go in a society, and we shouldn't really go into this digression, where people are like injecting synthetic or taking synthetic hormones and just messing with the basic biology of it's a Surik anyway.
Okay. That's another topic.
That's another topic. Brian Gonsalves says the Vedic literatures have a history where at times women are glorified and at other times they're put down. So in Vedic texts, we will find these contradictions or contractions, sick, but second edition comment editing, contradictions that are due to historic impacts over time.
For sure.
Tim Howick says, so with all these caveats illustrate what a stupid statement it really is. No, I think it illustrates that it's something that's worthy of
contemplation, review, discussion, dialogue.
That's why Krishna made human beings, or gave human beings intelligence. You know, for what? To think, to contemplate, to analyze. Otherwise, we'll be just like the horse or the parrot or the whatever animals, because they have the high power of intuitive. They have a intuitive power, instinctive power that humans don't have much. So we cannot compare ourselves to them, and they cannot compare ourselves to us. And therefore, we have the intelligence. And guess what? Which of the intelligence are the highest of the intelligence?
The man's.
No.
What?
A spiritual intelligence is the highest one than any other intelligence.
That's what I mean.
Come on, guys. You see, I'm testing your IQ. I'm winning here.
Yeah. I'm afraid. See, Tapati, you and I are like, whoo, we just
my grade just went down.
We took a dip. Okay. Temporary.
I like just to do a gear change, Prabhu, to the deep, dark conspiracy that actually lies behind your paper.
Yes.
That we haven't touched on yet. Suresh Prabhu is blowing the whistle. Question number 7 of, I can't remember how many questions, 9, nailed to the door of the Inquisition. Temple devotees, as well as we who live outside of ISKCON, aren't party to the inner workings of ISKCON policy formed during special private meetings and seminars attended solely by ISKCON's leadership, held in person and in Zoom-type forums by invitation only. Was there a meeting in 2022 that laid out a specific agenda which prompted Dr. Schweig, I got it, to write his essay attacking Śrīla Prabhupada? Love the snuck premise there. Tell us the truth, Prabhu.
Okay. So first of all, there's no attacking Śrīla Prabhupada from me. I'm trying to address others who could be perceived as attacking Prabhupada. But as Donna Devi sensitively put it, people have different reactions. And I'm trying to tend to those. So there's, there are not that many people who literally attack Prabhupada. So that's something we could talk about if we would need to. But as far as any kind of clandestine meetings, yes, I've been meeting with the GBC, and we have secret meetings that I'm not supposed to reveal here, okay? And that I have been chosen, I'm the chosen one, to manipulate the minds of devotees. First starting with Donna Devi, going to Sitapati. Look at Sitapati. He's totally transfixed. Look at that. Poof.
I'm just imagining people like cutting the segment out. And I'm like, it's called Poe's law that any parody of something, that's sufficiently, hilarious is indistinguishable from the actual thing. So, yeah.
I mean, Sitapati, I honestly don't know how to respond to this except that it's just absolutely mythic. And, I first of all, the GBC, I'm not part of the institution leadership of ISKCON.
Mm-hmm.
Period. I've only refused positions within the leadership of ISKCON over the decades. I've never taken a position of leadership within ISKCON. I am not a controlled person by the GBC. I am a free-thinking scholar, devotee type. And I just can't even, I don't know how to even respond to this question, except that it's just patently false.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need a deep, dark conspiracy to come up with something like this. It's just like, yeah, it's not really required. The other thing is the idea that there is a monolithic GBC. And people are like, the GBC. I'm like, which one?
Yeah,
like, exactly. I mean, they've taken some steps to create this kind of conspiratorial body now by making it that individual members cannot dissent from collective decisions. And I'm not sure when they did that, but it became particularly hellish during the pandemic when Prahlad Nandaswamy came out with a minority opinion and then got suppressed. Yeah. And I mean, there's a whole other digression, this one will be revisited in the fullness of time with history as the judge, but faith in the moon landings and in microphones and in Zoom was then transferred to statements that were made with no, if you conflate science with the scientific method and don't, go to primary sources and analyze things for how reliable they are, people started injecting themselves with some untested, unknown substance and promoting it as solid as the microphone or the video chat in front of me, which is an argument for Śrīla Prabhupada smashing the basis of scientific faith. But that's a digression. It's a whole other episode there.
Yeah, but it's a good digression. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'd like to pull this point in here from Brian Gonsalves. I don't think you're part of a conspiracy by the one above. It would be entertaining if you were, but it's not necessary for the plot.
I wish I could be more entertaining. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, no, don't worry. This is like just hours of entertainment for the devotees online. They're loving it.
Yeah.
Like they just can't get enough of the story. Brian Gonsalves says the implications of that statement that women are less intelligent outdoes any value that it can give. And here's another snuck premise. Considering the subjugation of women in the history of abuse women face. That is like, you have to accept that, as part of the progressive narrative that, and this is, I'd like to get your reflections on this, Prabhu, because this flows into the progressive Vaishnavism, and Suresh Prabhu mentioned it earlier about woke progressive. It's this narrative of history that everything that came in the past was lesser and less evolved, and that over time things evolve. So it's linked with the evolution narrative of evolution of life, and that as things go on, they get better. We used to do this, but now we know better. And basically the idea of it, when it comes down to it, is that whatever we have today is the pinnacle of human civilization. It's the most evolved, the most advanced, the best understanding, the most illuminated. And as a consequence of that, whatever comes next is even better. And basically, you can introduce any kind of degeneracy and then just sell that as progress. So we're going to bring in abortion, gay marriage, transgender, transvestites, we're going to celebrate that, put it on the Vyasa-san or whatever. And it must be progress because everything that happens, and, we used to, but now we know better. And then you have things like women were subjugated in the history of abuse. And women are so liberated and free right now. As Śrīla Prabhupada would point out, what is the use of maintaining a cow at home when milk is freely available in the marketplace? And you just need to go out there a little bit with your Hare Krishna Red Pill lenses on, see my book, Expert at Rape, Hare Krishna Red Pill, and see videos of women who are deeply, deeply distressed because they're unable to secure a partner and have a marriage and children and a family because of the sexual economics of the marketplace that we live in today. And you say that women in the past were abused and subjugated, and yet they were able to fulfill their biological imperative to have children and be protected, and nothing's ever perfect. But today's society is, Prabhupada is a social critic as well as anything else, and he had a lot to say about that. And yet we seem to have imbibed, along with faith in NASA, the moon landing, and science, this idea that women in the past were subjugated and it was all bad, and today what we have is all good. What are your thoughts on that, Prabhu?
Well, my response may not be so directly related to what you said, at least in part, but my experience from the day I joined the ashram is that some men in ISKCON have utilized Prabhupada's statements, misapplying them about women, and treating them in abusive ways. And I have hated that from the start. In fact, when I became more of an authority in temple settings, I would never allow such a thing. In fact, when I came to Boston in 1977 to begin my studies at Harvard, I was walking up the ashram steps, and there was a Vaishnavi walking down the steps, but she didn't know I was walking up the steps. And she immediately saw me. She ran back up the steps and hid her face into the corner of a landing. I stopped. I said, excuse me? Is there something wrong? She wouldn't answer. I said, oh my God, you've been trained to do this? She didn't answer. I said, well, this will end in a couple of days. And sure enough, I brought the temple together. Even though I've never had a position in ISKCON, there was someone else running the temple at the time, but he was a brahmachari and he didn't know how to handle grahastas and the women and so on. So he relied on me for that. I told the temple there will be no more, women hiding in the corner to let a man go by. This is ridiculous. I don't know who taught you this. It was the previous temple president, apparently. So I got rid of that. I also went on a preaching engagement to a university with a famous devotee cook and his wife, who took me there and cooked up prasadam and so on. Apparently, this couple loved my talk at the University of Connecticut, and she said, "Wow, I'd love to be able to preach like that." I said, "What stops you?" She said, "Well, I mean, I'm a woman. I mean, no one's going to accept that." I said, don't be absurd. If you are actually good at this, this would be valuable for you to preach and to teach this way. She said, "You think I could give a Sunday feast lecture?" I said, "If you're good enough and you really desire it, I can show you how to give a Sunday feast lecture or different ways that you." So the whole 2-hour drive back, I was teaching her how to give a lecture during a Sunday feast. And from that time on, she's been giving Sunday feast lectures. Mm-hmm. So I have seen the movement carry the worldly abusiveness toward women into the movement, but I've also seen within the movement men who are very respectful to Vaishnavis, as Prabhupada wanted us to be. Both.
Yeah, I think, this idea of this woman, she hides her face and she won't talk to you or anything. I'm like, yeah, okay, that can also work. Maybe she only speaks to her husband, but at the same time, on the flip side of that is like, if I was living in an environment where women were acting like that, I would be very clear as a man that that's like, I've now entered into a social contract with women as a man that's going to demand a lot from me. Like in that kind of environment, I'm going to have to be, if I saw that, I'd be like, this looks to me, it sounds to me like I need to be willing and ready to die to defend this women and the women of our community. And I don't think that you can have one half without the other. It's the logic of half a hen, that women are going to be like super chaste, super protected if the men are not super protective, and you're going to have to be a real man in that kind of environment to provide something that's a match for that. But I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with it.
There are not many real men like that, let me tell you.
Yeah. So that I can see as a problem.
Yeah.
Brian Gonsalves, he says, why are you reading your narrative into my statement? Finally, he's speaking about your statement. Finally, an accurate statement that the host does not like based on his rant about the subjugation of women statement I made. And he says, thank you, Garuda. I'd just like to address that. Śrīla Prabhupada said women are less intelligent. And then Brian Gonsalves, you've come out here and you say the implications of that statement outdoes any value that it can give. I disagree with that categorically. That if Śrīla Prabhupada makes a statement, do not come in front of me and tell me that the implications of the statement outdoes any value that it can give, because that you're missing some point somewhere. And I might not be able to explain it, but I categorically accept the statements of Śrīla Prabhupada as giving more value than they give away. And Prabhu, you know, you've given an explanation here, and there are many different ways of understanding and explaining it that can illustrate it. But it's just, I cannot accept the hermeneutic that says that a statement that Śrīla Prabhupada has given, the implications of the statement outdo any value that it can give. So that means that the second half of what you've stated here, Brian, considering the justification that you give, must be wrong in my universe where I come from. And I'll rant about that all day. That's my way of defending Śrīla Prabhupada. People are going to be like, this guy's a fanatic and extremist. He's a ranter. Garuda Prabhu, you've got this more kind of like genteel, you know, gentlemanly way of going about it. And there's different ways of understanding it and defending it.
Well, let me fight a little bit with you, Sitapati. You're so much fun.
Let's do it.
I've got to fight with you a little bit. Yeah,
It's me gonna ring the bell.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. No, actually, well, it's not so much a fight. I actually like what you said, but I also like what Brian said, because I think that, again, if we don't understand and appreciate Prabhupada's statements in a broader context, then Prabhupada's statements can outdo themselves. So that's, in one sense, I appreciate what Brian's saying. Mm-hmm. So that what he's saying here is he's demonstrating the need to not leave things there, but to bring a greater wisdom to the picture.
I see. So you've inserted here the implications of that statement. Second edition of the comment has taken in isolation outdoes any value that it can give, considering, etc. Would that be a fair?
Yeah, if I'm understanding things correctly, yeah.
That statement taken in isolation, that women are less intelligent, and if that's the end of the conversation, it takes us to a bad place. And then Brian's added this point here, which speaks to one implication is how do Western men with their history of Christian male dominance and superiority over women and the outcomes of that, how do Western men take up a puffed up position of superiority in an Eastern movement? So it's kind of like, rather than examining all of the other statements that Śrīla Prabhupada's made on that topic and the subject, it's we bring our already existing conceptions and add them to what the statement that women are less intelligent, and then we end up with this kind of hybridized mix, which is not really what Prabhupada presented.
Right. See, this invokes what Donna Devi was saying earlier. Prabhupada says one thing, and then you've got various, you've got devotee A taking it one way, devotee B taking it another way. So there is the multivalency issue and how much we bring of our own garbage or our own knowledge or a combination of the two.
Okay, so I don't think that Brian's going to be satisfied with that. I was about to say, I think that's a wonderful, I'm very satisfied with that. And, the contemplation of Brian's comment has led to a churning of the subject matter that I find very, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Okay, you say something, then I'm going to bring up Brian's comment. Yeah.
You were saying, my previous comment, how I will bring into my training as a nurse. So in the papers, what we do is one of the self-reflection paper. And when we do self-reflection, it is, when we are seeing something that is not our own belief, let's say a person A has this belief and me, I'm taking care of this person A, and I have a different belief. So their self-reflection comes like, okay, my belief doesn't need to overpower their belief of the person, neither the belief I have to reject or accept. And I take that position of self-reflection. Okay, what's happening right now? So the researchers said, any belief or any understanding you're taking about something is dependent of many aspects at that moment. In the present moment, you're taking the self-reflection. One is your culture, your belief system, your family, and what's happening in the circumstances that's happening right now. Let's say you're very angry about something, and on top of that, behind that, you have all of this belief system, the society, your culture, everything, your religion, and everything. And according to that, you understanding the belief system or whatever is happening with the other person. So when I come to a comparison here, we're talking about woman and less intelligent, and a man superior, and this kind of like fighting, pulling, and thing. It's what we need to consider here is the self-reflection first, internally. What is my position as a man? What is my culture that I've been brought up? What is the relationship between my mother and my father that I had, and how that impacted me personally, and how that shaped my point of view of my perception of things? And then what is my cultural background? Let's say Latin Americans. What is in my example, what is the culture in Latin America? What is more prominent in Latin America? So that also influenced me, how I see things.
Donna
And
Davy,
let's say,
yeah, you are espousing something of the full meaning of what is meant by self-realization. Self-realization means that you understand all the conditioned circumstances out of which you come. And I hate to say it, but most people are pretty unconscious of that. And part of the devotional process is the purification of the heart. Prabhupada said, we are not a religious movement. We are a movement that for the purification of the heart. And that is everything that you're talking about right now. And all of that is to get to the heart, to get all that cloudy stuff out of the way, so we can release the heart to the hearts of others and to the Supreme Heart. So this
I
is
think
brilliant.
that's something we need to. I think that's what we need to do. It's questions are valid. Every question, every statement that the people right now in the podcast are bringing up is like, okay, the scriptures, the essence of the scriptures is this. And your essence as yourself in this lifetime, the life you're bringing for 30 years, 40 years, I don't know how many years each person has, the background, the society, the culture, the family,
all the
the religion, the belief, everything, the conditioning, let's put the conditioning here. So, for example, I'm going just to give examples here. Let's say, it's just an example. Let's say I've been brought up with a very violent family. My father was so violent towards my mother, and so therefore I have this understanding or this belief or this experience of like men are horrible and this and that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Therefore, my shaping of my view towards men is going to be completely different compared to a man or a lady that has been brought up with such a gentleman man and treating his wife in such an amazing way. So her perception will be men are amazing, are respectful, and that it should be treated this way, and so and so and so. That is the perception. The world is completely different.
Right.
And what are the scriptures to these two different persons? The scriptures are saying this. So one will have more difficulty than the other one.
Right. That's right. That's right. So you're talking about Shastra Chakshuhu or Ahankara Chakshuhu. See, seeing through the eyes of Shastra is one thing, seeing through the eyes of my false ego is another. And unless that we realize what makes up all that constitutes our false ego, we won't be able to transcend it. We can't transcend that of which we are unaware.
Oh, I love this. So part of the ahankara, of course, is like the anamaya kosha, jnanamaya kosha, manamaya kosha, jnanamaya kosha, also which constitutes the society that we're in. So part of our ahankara chakshu is seeing the world through the lens of the particular social and political milieu that we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
No? And then we may
Sitapati,
find that in contrast to the Shastra.
yeah, Sitapati, where, may I ask you, where are you getting Anamaya Kosha? Where do you get the kosha part? Is that in Prabhupada's books? I don't think it is.
Really? Where did I get that?
Okay.
Citation needed.
Okay.
Let me see.
There's Anamoya, Pranamoya, Manamoya or Gyanamoya, and Vijnanamoya and Anandamoya. The kosha part is not in the Upanishads.
Where did I get that from? Maybe a book on Ayurveda. I don't know.
You see, it's not there.
Mm.
You see? See, this is the value of a scholar occasionally.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So let's take out the kosher part then.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
The kosher. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, seeing it through the particular historical and political milieu that we find ourselves in, and it's very politically incorrect to say that women are less intelligent than men today. And so, you know, immediately upon reading that, and there are implications that come from it. This is a consequentialist approach to things. See, Brian Gonsalves, he says that that's why I'm saying it's an incorrect statement. Now, for me, I start from the position that the statement is correct and true, and now there is my contemplation to see in which way that it is, and what does it reveal about reality as I examine it. Whereas this other approach here is to evaluate the statements of Shastra according to empirical analysis with mental kind of deduction and a body of knowledge that is like what everyone knows and what they told me in the school about things and what I can see. And then I can arrive at a conclusion based on my empiric senses and my reasoning and common knowledge that contradicts what the Shastra and the Sadhus say, and then I invalidate it, and I ended up with what? Nothing more than I already had as a hermeneutical approach to this.
Yeah.
Whereas I see your approach to this is that you kind of say that it's, I approach the 120 million years and the 2 million years by putting them into abeyance. Like, we'll check in with that later. We're just going to checkpoint that and put it over here into this box for now. Schrodinger's box. Put it inside the box. Re-examine it later.
I think that's very healthy. Sitapati, that's very healthy. It's not rejecting it, but it's not falsely or, you know, artificially accepting it. It's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to keep this over here on the side, on the shelf. And when I realize things more, I'm going to revisit that. I like that.
But have you not created with your hermeneutic that you propose in your heretical document about the Vipralipsa Vairagyavad? And I'm being semi-facetious there. I'm acknowledging that there is an audience out there that believes the document is heretical. I'm not saying that it is. Your hermeneutic that you propose there, are you not saying that let's treat some of the statements as incorrect, and we just say that Prabhupada was just shooting from the hip and he doesn't really care about those kind of things? The moon landing, the women are less intelligent. I mean, we've gone deep into that particular statement and examined it from different angles, and I haven't seen you invalidating or contradicting it. But have you not invented the hermeneutic that will allow people to do exactly that? Pick and choose the ones they like, and then dismiss the other ones, saying that Śrīla Prabhupada was being carelessly renounced in this instance.
It's not that Prabhupada is carelessly renounced. It's that Prabhupada just didn't care that much. He talks about, you know, he quotes this Indian scientist about 32 ounces as opposed to 64. I mean, this is absurd. I mean, in fact, I believe he did that to show how absurd scientific views can be, you know, and you know, he talks about how, you know, women are the only ones who are raped. It's never the case that men are raped. Well, you know, we know that's not true. We know that men are raped. So, but then, you know, the way Prabhupada means it is perhaps only exclusive to women. So you get into all these different issues. Here's the point. Prabhupada's did not come to teach us that men landed on the moon or men did not land on the moon. He did teach us where to put our faith, though, which is what you were saying earlier, Sita Patiji, which I think is brilliant. So so far as that's connected, yes, but ultimately we have to bring it back to the single highest point, ekagra, as Krishna says, please read my whole teaching with thought focused on the single highest point. In the rhetorical question that Krishna asks Arjuna, in the very last words he speaks to Arjuna, where we must try to keep our everything tethered to love of God. Prabhupada was, in a walking, and some, journalist said, "So, Swamiji, what are you teaching?" We're teaching how to love God.
Yep.
I mean, it's no. Okay, Prabhupada, we're teaching. Okay, we're teaching that the men on the moon don't exist. There's no one. The moon landing is false. That's what we're teaching. Can you imagine if Prabhupada said that? I mean, this is not what we're teaching. This is not why we're here.
He's not going to lead with that, but there's no denying that is something that he came to tell people in the West.
That's so secondary. So secondary. It's not the essence. It's not the essence. But it is. But the way you talked about it, Sitapati, is valuable because it has to do with faith, and faith in science, faith in Krishna Bhakti, faith in the Antaryaman, faith in the Guru, faith in the Guru Parampara. There are all kinds of ways to talk about faith, and you've done that.
Acknowledgement from your godbrother Atmananda Prabhu. He says, we cannot transcend that of which we are unaware. Thank you, Garuda Prabhu. Classic and straight to the point. I think of Anartha Nivritti.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, that's the fourth stage, as we know. Ado Shraddha, Tata Sadhu Sangha, Bhajana Kriya, and then Anartha Nivritti. Yes, the things that were meaningful or purposeful are now purposeless and meaningless because we're gaining a taste of Krishna. We're ruchi. There's a taste. And this is what we latch on to here. Let's go back to your halava. Okay, there's a taste for you right there. Okay, but it's the literal taste, but it's also the figurative taste. It's prasada. It's the grace of Krishna coming to us and coming into us. And that is anugraha. That is what follows our embrace of the divine.
How about we take a couple more of the comments from the stream? People are going nuts in the comments. It's great.
Yeah, thank you. This is David. Is it my godbrother, you said?
Atmananda.
Oh, Atmananda.
Yeah, Atmananda Prabhu.
Okay, I don't think I know him, but thank you, Prabhuji.
And let's take a few more of these comments here and then go to concluding statements. Is that okay with you, Prabhu?
You'll find me quite cooperative, I think,
Okay. Suresh Prabhu says, Sitapati, you keep repeating that it says in Bhagavad Gita as it is that the Gita has been existing in human society for the last 2 million years. Where does it say that? It's in Bhagavad Gita 4.1, the purport. Well, okay. Chris Briscoe from the UK is tuning in. Regarding the treatment of women in ISKCON, it is a big issue. The best way to understand this, as well as Śrīla Prabhupada's statements in his books, not all negative, but those have been highlighted and contrasted to today's society, and his dealings with them and management respect of them, more easily seen to be amenable, is to go to the devotee ladies themselves, the ones in the maelstrom of the difficulties and who were very, very devotional all through this, in my opinion. Govinda Dasi recommended a book called Prabhupada's Daughters to us, which we got, and we haven't read that one yet.
Well.
Okay, this is interesting. Which Kundadas says, I'm not sure about so secondary knowledge and nescience side by side. Okay, I'm not actually sure what that means.
I think
he was.
Yeah, go ahead, Donna Devi. Go ahead.
I think I think he's referring to the part
Upanishad.
the part you were saying. The essential teaching of Śrīla Prabhupada is love of God, and the other examples he talk about or touch. It is just kind of like giving examples of his knowledge, imparting his knowledge, but there's not the essence of all.
Actually,
I think he's referring to that.
I can build
Correct me.
I can build an alternative VAD to yours. This idea of secondary knowledge and essential knowledge, where is that found in the teachings? It is a concoction. However, we do find in the Śrīla Upanishad that to become liberated, one must cultivate knowledge and nescience side by side. So what you call secondary knowledge and non-essential is actually nescience, knowledge of nescience, understanding of nescience, and by excluding it the way you have destroyed the entire process and condemned us all to hell.
You articulated that beautifully, Sitapati. I so much appreciate it. First of all, I don't call it secondary. I call it supplemental. So, for example, some people think that Varnashrama is the ultimate goal. I have come, what are you teaching, Swamiji? I have come to establish Varna and Ashrama. No, he never said that. Now, in discussions about what he wanted to do in establishing bhakti to support, the bhakti, the Krishna bhakti, yes, Varna and Ashrama is very important. But in the some 80 verses that are spoken between Ramananda Roy and Mahaprabhu Gauranga, only 2 first verses speak about Varnashrama. 2, and they're considered very external, bahya. Go deeper, Mahaprabhu said. And he kept going deeper and deeper, and they left Varnashrama way behind. Does that mean it's not important? No. Does it mean that we should dismiss it? No. Does it mean that it has a place? Yes. It's a supplementary place, supplemental only insofar as it supports the life of Krishna bhakti, and that's called Daiva Varnashrama.
That can be applicable in giving an example. When we are, there's an example, when we are doing our training as a nurse, physiology or pharmacology and all of that. Is that important to what we're going to do? Because nursing is more about being heart to people, understanding. That doesn't mean knowing about biology, biochemistry, and pharmacology and all of that is not important. It is just the base of the teaching to enter into this, so you know what you're doing, you know what you're talking about.
That's nice.
Explain,
That's nice,
right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's like a surgeon. A surgeon doesn't just go to a person and cuts the person open. It's like didn't go even pharmacology. He didn't do physiology, pathophysiology, any of that. It is necessary for that in order for you to be a surgeon. And you have to spend so many years of training. You have to go and open a corpse, and you study in the books. This is the vena cava, this is the right, the left, and this is important. This is the nerve and this part. They have to go and study. Is it really true? Okay, this is the nerve. They're recognizing which part of the body it is. Is it in the first or whatever, they have to learn all of that. It doesn't mean it's not necessary.
Right. So there are essential teachings in nursing and supplemental, supportive, actually I call it supportive teachings. So it's I think it's just a natural way of understanding knowledge.
It's interesting because even for me, with my IQ of 207.5,
I think it's 206, pal. Okay, let's just not get carried away.
Even me, with my prodigious intellect and reading the paper, have come away with this idea as I presented it to you, and then you corrected me that, Prabhupada shooting from the hip, speaking with this careless vairagya, that it's very easy to misunderstand what you're saying in this paper, because it's an area that's fraught with emotional attachment, and it's very easy to misunderstand. It's a minefield.
Yeah, interesting. I take that seriously, Sitapatiji. It's funny because there's some very seasoned, 26 Second Avenue devotees who read about it and said, being with Prabhupada, the way he would be flippant about this or that when talking about, the external world, they could really relate to it, the way Prabhupada would speak about it. And what he really cared about, he was precise. He was right on about the philosophy of Krishna Bhakti. And when he talked about Mayavadism, he talked about it with great precision and differentiated it from Krishna Bhakti theology. I mean, brilliant discourses on, but is Prabhupada going to give us a brilliant discourse on rocket science? Come on. The rocket reached the moon. The rocket did not reach the moon. The rocket
Did not.
Yeah.
Didn't reach the moon.
Such a waste of time.
Exactly.
Waste of time.
And that is what
I don't think
believe.
it is a waste of time.
Well,
I disagree.
it is and it is not.
Right. Exactly.
It is in my personal opinion and my experience, and the life is short. I may die tomorrow. What's
So
the benefit of me learning that? Sorry, go ahead.
Make sure that Sita Pati is by my deathbed. Okay. So I want to be able to say, Sita Pati, did they go to the moon or not? I need to know right now.
They didn't go.
Ain't gonna happen.
They didn't go.
Okay. And even if I said that, you should be telling me, Garuda,
Chant Hare Krishna.
Chant the Maha Mantra, dream of Krishna's Leelas. That is your business right now. You have no other business. And that is the essence.
And that's what he said in the Bhagavad Gita. Whatever you're thinking at the time of your death, that's what you're going to accomplish.
Right.
So what is the point of talking about airplanes and whether they go to the moon? It's like,
then why did Prabhupada talk about it? This is my point here. Is like you got to be real careful with this. You got to be real careful.
But Sita Pati, you answered that earlier. It's about where are you going to place your faith?
Yes.
That you answered it beautifully, but let's not get too caught up in the, in the sort of, mechanics of the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I think the paper is not for everyone.
Faith, that's where your IQ is 207. But if you get too involved in the mechanics, your IQ is going to plummet to 94.
You think so?
If you get too involved in the mechanics of it. But I love the way you grounded it in the ultimate question for the moon landing, which is, where is your faith? That's what's behind all of that. Where is your faith? I love that.
I'd like to take this comment from, thank you, Prabhu. Thank you for the acknowledgement.
Yeah, 208.
Okay.
From 94 to 108. Auspicious.
Yes. Sita Pati is so attached to the idea that they did not go to the moon. I don't know if you missed it, Brian, but I wrote a book on it. My spiritual master had me research it. My conclusion was they're lying about that. And then the next question is, what else are they lying about? And then the other question you ask about that is, why are they lying about it? Like, what's the thing that's going on? Prabhupada cut through the illusion. But Brian Gonsalves wants to pin you on this one, Prabhu.
Well, Sita Pati, I would ask you, why did Krishna have you lose the only document you had on the whole thing?
Great question.
Because I was busy going to ask you to send me a PDF of it. And then you end up telling me the only copy you have is vanished. Why?
Yeah.
That's something for you to contemplate. And
contemplation.
Donna Devi has the answer, and she'll tell you later.
Okay.
Because it's not important, honey. Krishna knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And I know it's important. I know, the observation.
But Donna Devi, I actually would have loved to have read what he had to say about it, though. You see?
It would be interesting. Yeah, he's really good at researching and putting things together.
I would have loved to have read it. Does that mean Garuda's like, okay, Garuda, you're going off. You're not focusing on the essential. No, I would have loved to have seen this. And again, especially by someone who understands the underpinning of the whole thing, which is Shraddha.
Maybe I do need to rewrite it. Yeah.
Yeah.
People ask that question like, oh, but why would they do it? And Prabhu, you've nailed it. It is an exercise in capturing the faith of the mass of humanity. That's what it's used for.
There we go.
It's up there with the microphone and the the Zoom calls and stuff. They use that as a way of controlling the mass of humanity.
There we go.
And directing their attention away from Krishna. Let's take this last comment here.
Okay.
It's a question.
Then we should wind up. I mean, I've been keeping you folks for 3 hours here.
No, we
love it.
Yeah, we really appreciate this. This is like,
I don't think anyone's going to be patient enough to listen through the whole thing. I mean, this is our banter
it live.
Okay.
Yeah, they love it or they hate it, but they can't get enough of it. Brian wants to know, Prabhu, do you accept that men are less intelligent than women as a statement? It's the Sunday Feast lecture all over again, right?
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
We did this, but let's do it again live for the audience.
Right.
They want the demo.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So the necessary corollary is that men are less intelligent than women in ways that women tend to be intelligent. So each are endowed with different kinds of intelligence. And when I've looked at this issue quite thoroughly, that is my conclusion. Now, and this ramifies in all kinds of directions. We don't have time to get into all of this, and this is another podcast. We could do a whole podcast just on this topic. But that is what my research shows me. Yes, in a simple, very simple, and even simplistic response to your question, my dear Brian, yes.
Wow.
But keep in mind, Brian, go back to what he said before. Men and women are endowed with different type of intelligence.
Yes.
Okay, keep in mind that.
You gave a great, because we encountered this. This is in the first chapter of the Gita, in Bhagavad Gita as it is in the purports, the statement. Maybe 141 or somewhere around there.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we've been giving class on Bhagavad Gita as it is every day, verse by verse, and comparing the first and second edition, the changes.
I listen in.
Oh,
I listen in. You guys don't know that, but I've been listening in.
Ooh.
I've been checking you guys out.
Yay! We like to be checked. We're not perfect, so we want our senior disciple Śrīla Prabhupada to correct us.
I'm not senior anything. We are partners in appreciating Prabhupada.
But personally, I have to say, I love being checked by senior people, experienced in life, because I, as a person, I don't consider myself highly intelligent in everything. I am a person that makes a lot of mistakes. And if somebody else said, hey, I realized that, have you noticed that? Like, okay. So it gives me that is a real teacher for me. Someone that has your back and says, knock, knock, maybe consider this because this is what is coming across. Like, okay. Yeah. And I love that. And I appreciate that you are checking on us.
Well,
thank you.
I also have my devotional students check on me. I ask them to correct me or to suggest a correction or to question anything that may not seem right and to push me further or to correct me. So I asked, so-called, junior devotees to me. I invite them to help me be better, more precise, more nuanced.
And when we did no, that's okay. When we did the purport that talked about that, you gave a great explanation of it. And you said women are more emotional, they're more nurturing than men are. And, they need, I think it might have actually been the one where it says women are not to be given independence or freedom at any stage of life. If I could speak to this statement for a second, Prabhu, I appreciate the way of understanding that you've given, and in the mood of different ways of understanding Prabhupada's statements, I would also say, yes, I agree with that. I accept it. I accept that. And I would give as a demonstration of that today women in their 20s, they freely mix with men and they enjoy their youth. They're super attractive. Men are all over them. They love it. And they go through their 20s, and then they start thinking about settling down and having a family. But now they find that they're no longer as attractive, and they're competing with other 20-year-old women who are out in the marketplace, available. And now they're competing with their past self, but they don't think of that when they're in their 20s. And it's like, they're being kept under control and everything, but it's in their long-term interest. If they did like an sexual economics game theory analysis, they would arrive at the conclusion that freely dating in your 20s is actually against their own personal long-term interests, but they don't do that.
I like that. That's a first for me. I like that, Sitapati. I like that.
You know where I got this kind of sociological analysis from?
I was about to ask you.
Urmila Devi Darcy.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, from her Back to Godhead columns back in the day. That's
Yeah.
what started me thinking in this direction. Then I went into the whole red pill kind of scene, and I was like, okay, just further developing that sociological analysis in support of Śrīla Prabhupada's statements.
Yeah.
He's bang on.
Yeah,
He's so good.
Urmila and I were keynote speakers in this last Villa Vrindavan ISKCON Communications conference.
Secret meeting.
Yeah, in Italy. Yeah, not secret meeting. No, open. 100 devotees were there in Villa Vrindavan. Yeah,
and that's separate from the one that you held about the editing of posthumous editing.
Yeah, the editing was purely. Now she was there because she is a trained scholar in her own right, but other scholars outside and inside of Vaishnavism came to Berkeley, where I'm faculty, and we met, and a book is being produced on that very subject. You'll love this book, Sitapati, I promise.
Okay, great.
You were responding to this thing, honey?
Oh,
yeah, I just said yes, and then I gave an example of how that is true.
Yeah,
but at the same time, men today are not living up to their potential. Like if you go to the gym as a man and pump iron, you're going to get jacked. And a woman can go into the gym and pump iron as well. She's not going to get the same result. So men are stronger than women, but only if you go and do the actual exercise that corresponds with it to activate your potential. And in the same way, men have the potential to be more intelligent than women, but that doesn't mean that every man today is expressing it.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. I've met some pretty dumb men. Okay. I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These guys here, it's like they want to misunderstand it. To Mawak, Urmila's a less intelligent woman. Because they're less intelligent, men are. It's like Jordan Peterson from the Red Pill community, he gives the explanation of it. It's temperament.
Yeah.
Because men are stronger than women does not mean that any individual man is stronger than any given individual woman. Yeah. But statistically speaking, you grab a random man and a random woman, you're more likely to have more strength in the man than the woman. Intelligence is the same thing. It's a spectrum. There are women who are more intelligent. The smartest woman is more intelligent than the dumbest man, but it's loaded towards males more intelligent and women to less intelligent. And why is that? It's simple biology. They're designed differently. They're designed to be bewildered by children and to fall in love with them and to all this kind of things that are necessary for the continuation of the species. Men are designed to be more detached and anyway.
There are many angles. There are many layers to this. Yeah. So we should wind up this vibrant dialogue, perhaps.
Yes.
Because I don't know what's going on over in New Zealand, but it's close to my bedtime over here.
Okay, Prabhu. Thank you for your time and your thank you for your service to Śrīla Prabhupada. I may not agree with everything, but I appreciate everything.
Of course you do. Of course you agree with everything. Donna, David, just work on him, okay?
Yeah. I would like to say, thank you for your decades of service to your spiritual master, Śrīla Prabhupada. From the 70s and the master's thesis, defending the Chaitanya Charitamrita against the attacks of scholars. And then right up until the present moment, you're continuing in that same service to Śrīla Prabhupada, defending his statements. You're on the front lines every day, with the students, promoting Śrīla Prabhupada's teachings to them, keeping them pure, having people interact with them as they are, and then finding ways and means to smooth the road for them to get there. And as I think it was Aristotle, he's widely quoted on the internet as having said this, but who can say these days? He said, if you want to avoid criticism, then do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing. So there are obviously going to be critics for whatever you do. And some of the criticism will be valid and beneficial, and some of it will just be spurious, kind of unfounded conspiracy theories. Not all conspiracies are unfounded, but some are.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a mix of all of those kind of things there. And I really appreciate how you just keep on keeping on in the face of all of that.
Mm.
Well, your generous comments are very much appreciated, Sitapati ji. They mean a lot to me. So thank you.
Me. I like how you present yourself as an open world. You're open to people's ideas and thoughts and questions, and you just direct them, openly, without any, like you said, without any motive. But you present your motive first.
Right.
And the extent that you need to go through people throwing rocks at you, but you're just like, okay, I'm just saying what it is how it is, and then you take it or you leave it. But we're not going to force you or convince you or put a gun on your head and say, you have to accept it the way I'm thinking.
Yes.
And also for putting yourself out there to serve Śrīla Prabhupada, despite all of this world of criticism. And I appreciate that you are all genuine to yourself. And that's how you present yourself, This is what I'm doing. This is my motive. I love that. And as you said, and also I understand, I believe that not everyone is genuine to oneself.
No.
And that is the unfortunate thing in this life.
Yeah, I mean, people can disagree.
For sure.
But I think that the misunderstanding piece that I mentioned right at the very beginning, it's like, that can't be all there is to it. There must be a secret GBC conspiracy behind this to corrupt the movement, behind Garuda. They got to him because of the second.
Let me put it this way. If the GBC wanted to have a special surreptitious way to influence people, they definitely wouldn't choose me. I'm too controversial with the BBT. No, they would go to someone else.
That's exactly what they would say if
Exactly.
it were true, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
part of his cover. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the misunderstanding piece. Yeah.
And the thing here is, you don't understand about the person's world unless you get into the person's world.
Yeah, that's right. Nice.
Rather than saying, that person said that, and that's it. And make the complete statement, and they close the doors for them actually to go into your world. It's just like, come on, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting us into your world, Prabhu. Brian Gonsalves says, thank you, Garuda. Second edition of the comment.
My
Garuda and
pronouns
hosts.
to Brian. And I just wanted to say to both of you that, the last aphorism of the Bhakti Sutra says, Bhaktyacharya jana jopa nirbhaya, that the teachers of bhakti do not fear people's useless chatter. And what I'm so proud of both of you doing is that you are so far away from useless chatter. You are deeply reflective, thoughtful, open-minded bhaktas, and it's inspiring. It really is. And in fact, I would say that you generate and you want to conduct what the Gita calls dharmyam samvadam, truly sacred dialogue. And that is to be commended. And you both are good. And yes, I have snuck into some of your Gita classes without your knowledge, and have analyzed both of you thoroughly, and I've got all kinds of data on each of you, which I'm going to give to the GBC. Whoops. Okay. I'm slipping here.
Oopsies.
But seriously, Donna Devi and Sita Patiji, I very much appreciate you both and what you're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, that means a lot to us.
Thank you for your blessings, Prabhu.
And then what about your concluding remarks that you want to leave people with? I mean, we still got 10 people watching it live, many of them being all the way through. Not everyone's going to be satisfied with even 3 hours of churning this. They can't get enough of you. Shout outs to Suresh Prabhu, to Brian Gonsalves, Chris Briscoe, Muchakunda Das, Tim Marwick, and everyone else who's commented in here. And I did invite Brian and Suresh to join us, but they both declined for various logistical reasons. I was going to do a bit of a Dr. Phil ambush moment, And here he is, Suresh Prabhu.
Well, Suresh has refused to speak with me directly. I've offered to engage with him in a nice God-brother to God-brother dialogue, and he's refused. Others who have also hidden behind the veil of the internet, I've offered to speak with them publicly, privately, televised, untelevised, any time of day or night. They have refused me over and over. So, without dialogue, there's no relationship.
Correct.
So I simply ask people to consider carefully how I promote Prabhupada's theology of love of God. This is my whole point. This is my whole direction. This is my whole focus. And everything else needs to be seen in light of that. That was my attempt in this paper. And I hope people will consider it carefully and read it carefully. One time someone jumped too quickly to a conclusion, and he wrote to me and I said, Prabhu, would you please read carefully what I'm actually trying to do? Read it slowly and read it all the way through. He read it and he said, okay, you know what? I apologize. I see what you're trying to do. I think it's wonderful what you're doing. Thank you so much. So please give it a careful reading. It's like Sita Pati, not everyone might agree with this or that, but the thrust of the thing is about Prabhupada and his gifts. So that's my offering. Best I can do.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
We got the link to the paper. People can read it themselves, make up their own mind.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're missing a dot between das and com.
No, I don't think so, because I copied it directly from the URL.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Right.
I'm amazed it gets there. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
because it's
what
on
do I need?
WordPress.com.
WordPress. Okay, right. Okay.
This is the direct link to the thing. So your actual website is garudadas.com.
That's right, exactly. So from there they can navigate through to it. Yeah.
To all the other papers as well.
Right.
Thank you so much for your time, Prabhu. I really appreciate it. We both do.
Once again, and we're looking for the other paper that you are writing about.
The expert at rape quotes.
That's right. Okay. I'll send it.
That's going to be a hot topic.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Okay. How was that? We're still live, by the way. This is the after show. Tim Marwick says this: Garuda's enemies are afraid of him. He's such an impressive, prestigious, and scholarly guy.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting, this guy.
What is that?
Brian. He says, I don't agree with that conclusion on Sita Pati from this conversation and the things he has said here. But I'm okay with that, because he then follows up with, sounds like you're building a way for Śrīla Prabhupada to climb down from some horrible statements, Garuda. Yeah. You know, you can disagree with me and with Śrīla Prabhupada, and I have no problem with that.
I think it's healthy to disagree, And then also what I suggest, don't take it personally.
Oh, hang on. Let's bring this in. Wow. I was never going to do a Dr. Phil ambush. This is a false statement. Prabhu, I don't think you understood that I was like being humorous, suggesting that, because I did invite you to come on, because in the comments you're like, you're not addressing. I'm like, hey, dude, Brian Consalves as well. If you're in the comments and you write something and you're like, he's not representing me, I'm like, hey, well, come on then and represent yourself. No problem.
And the thing that here, Suresh Prabhu and Brian or anyone, if you have a comment and it's burning and you want to learn and you want to ask the question,
come on the show.
We'll
dial you in.
Give a possibility of yourself, of self-expression, and click in, tell us that you want to come. We have no problem, because this Vaishnava program or Vaishnava Voices is exactly that, for you to have a voice, for you to express yourself, and then come to a conclusion, find your own truth, find your own meaning. But this is what we're offering for you to have the open doors to enter into this world. And, we can oppose each other. It's fine. I have no problem with that. But that doesn't mean I hate you. That doesn't mean I push you away. It just means that is why you came today. You may change tomorrow.
We should let the guests know that that's a thing on the show as well. Hey, if you come on and then people, we take callers. We'll have a segment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is, let me see this. I'm going to flip this horizontally like this,
Mm-hmm.
so that I'm next to my name and you're next to your name.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. So, we're inviting everyone.
Yeah.
It's not a specific person, but if you want to come on, please do.
We'll have a
we want to
section.
hear from
We'll have
them.
a segment with callers. People can call in.
Yeah, because how you think is very important to us, because that also teach us
Mhm.
to enter into your world and evaluate our world.
Oh man, I love that stuff. I had a peer-reviewed paper published in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
I submitted it. I got back 3 reviews or 4 reviews,
Mm-hmm.
peer-reviewed scientific journal.
Mm-hmm.
3 of them were like, this is great, no feedback.
Mm.
And then the 4th one was just a whole laundry list of stuff. So I was like, okay, great. And I went back through my paper and I absorbed all of the feedback and constructed it until it was stronger,
Mm-hmm.
and then resubmitted it. Then I went to the conference, which was in Greece, and then presented my paper. And while I was there, the conference organizers,
Mm-hmm.
the editors of the publication,
Mm-hmm.
publishers, they said, oh, sorry, we accidentally sent you a review from someone else's paper. And that was the review with all the criticism. But it's like, if you have anything good in your presentation, then like, yeah, I love that. Just absorb it and build a more defensive case, or modify it and make it better.
Yes, like in my training, or also right now, as a teacher-student relationship, is like there is no question, there is no comment that is incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm supposed to mean by that is like, let's explore that, because this is about exploration. This is not like I want you to be on my side and I want you to be on that side. That's not that. It is just we want to understand you, where you're coming from. And if you want to understand us, please come into our world. And also in that way, it's teaching us to be open-minded, you see, because it's easy to go into that world of my way is my thinking is the way, and there is no other way. That is closed-minded.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I don't want to be boxed in that. And I want to, this is a world of development, self-development, transformation. Yeah.
I love this. Tim says, Garuda's enemies are afraid of him. He's such an impressive, prestigious, and scholarly guy. Suresh, I'm not afraid of him. I love the way that he identifies himself as Garuda's enemy. That's cool. I'm not afraid of him. I like to debate in writing, where I can think about my questions and answers instead of live talking, which is where I'm better. Yeah, it's like the crocodile, the versus the elephant.
Mm-hmm. You're better in the water.
The Gajendra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Better in the water or on the land.
Yeah.
So Brian Consalves is going to let us know when he can come on. It's going to be awesome. I don't know if I can do justice to all of those questions, Suresh, especially the one about that it's part of an agenda to, it's like the conspiracy. And I mean, there's so many conflated things there. I mean, I did, there's like areas where I agree, areas where I strongly disagree, areas where there's an overlap, and like I have concerns. Like I have concerns about that approach to it myself. I've taken, I've put things in abeyance, analyzed them over time to see how useful they are. My conclusion about Śrīla Prabhupada's statements is that they're just so useful.
That's spot on.
Yeah, they are.
There's uncompromising.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that because, in the culture that I grew up with my grandmother,
Mm-hmm.
uncompromising.
Mm.
She says things as they are, and she explains, she gives the rationale for that. And Śrīla Prabhupada is the same. This is this. And if, for example, if your mother says, don't touch that fire, it's going to burn you, and you're going to be sore, you're going to cry, and, so many things after that.
Mm-hmm.
And why are we so like, what? And rebellious, or like, there's no point. And then when you touch the fire, like, oh, cry. It's like, I told you so.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of hiding or just creating a different thing to what it is.
Mm.
Anyways, my rant.
Oh, here we go. Brian has a question for you.
Oh, no.
So based on what you're saying, you are open to Śrīla Prabhupada's statements not being absolutely true.
That's not true. What I'm saying here is Śrīla Prabhupada. I cannot contest what he said. In my world, I created what Śrīla Prabhupada said is all true. This is my own truth.
Yeah.
Now, you can find what Śrīla Prabhupada, and you can find your own truth with that. I'm not going to disagree with that because it's your own truth, finding with whatever Śrīla Prabhupada's truth has given. It's your world.
I'm going to say that Brian has an idea of something absolutely true, which is there's an objective truth, and you have to assert that it is objectively true for everyone. That's what he's going to say.
Okay, so even if that is the case that he could bring, I cannot. There's one simple example that when Swami told me,
Mm-hmm.
I cannot live for you, and that means to me you have to do your life. You have to create your truths. You have to do all of that. He cannot do that for me.
Yeah, I think you and I think similarly in this way, and people are going to think we're heretical. But it's like, is it true that they went to the moon, or is it true that they didn't go to the moon? NASA's truth is, or their propaganda campaign is, it is absolutely true that they went to the moon. And then my position is, it is absolutely true that they did not go to the moon. Is there any objective truth to them going to the moon or not? That's not as important in a sense as, put it another way, the Bhagavad Gita is pretty clear in that whatever you fix your mind on, that's what you attain. If you believe anything hard enough, you're going to get the results.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it work.
Mm.
And then people are going to disagree with that and say, no, there's some absolute truth out there. And did they go to the moon or didn't they? Or, is what Śrīla Prabhupada's saying true or not true? When people were like, no one can fly, no, human beings cannot fly, and they just fully believe in that. Of course, no one gets to fly because these people believe that you can't fly, and they fully believe that, and they act consistent with that.
Mm.
But then someone else is like, human beings can fly, and then they believe in that, and then it makes it come true. So it's like,
yeah,
it's here we go. We cannot generalize about all women.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that not okay? But overall, the statement of women being less intelligent cannot be true, and it is not a provable true statement that can be proven.
Once again, this is something that you need to find the truth. Okay, so an example. Let's look from the perspective of your karma, our karma.
Mm-hmm.
In general, women, we are very emotional. We are in touch with our emotions. If there wasn't that emotions into us, come on, the world wouldn't be existing with children growing up with these incredible little human beings and just sucking the energy of a woman. We have to have such a high degree of love, intuition, patience, and tolerance, and everything in order for us to raise this little new generation. And every woman is packed with different type of, according to their karma, they have their own level of intelligence, intuition, tolerance, patience, all of that. So there is that too. Whether women in general are less intelligent, less intelligent, when it comes to the emotions, and I gave in the one Bhagavad Gita class, we are more connected to our emotions, and that sometimes override our the rationale.
Can I make a statement about that?
Okay, for
Because
sure.
I'm just looking at this sex differences in intelligence article on Wikipedia. It says sex differences in human intelligence have long been a topic of debate among researchers and scholars. Now recognize that there are no significant sex differences in general intelligence, although particular subtypes of intelligence vary somewhat between sexes. Even Wikipedia admits. So you've got to ask the question, what type of intelligence does it refer to? It says, while some
That's what I
test
said.
batteries show slightly greater intelligence in males, others show slightly greater intelligence in females. In particular, studies have shown female subjects performing better on tasks related to verbal ability and males performing better on tasks related to rotation of objects in space, often categorized as spatial ability. You know, what happens when you do these tests at different times of the month?
Okay.
I don't
go there. You're gonna blow.
Yeah, exactly. And then what happens if you do these tests to women who are not on contraceptive hormonal disrupting birth control?
Mm.
You know, it's like if you have a moment in time where men's intelligence is reduced because of activities and training in society, and women's biology is modified due to artificial contraceptives, that's like a particular point in time. But if you look over historical time, biological realities of males and females, you know, what's the picture that comes out of that? It's like, I don't know.
I tell you what, when you are
Hang on a second. Look at this guy here. He says, I don't know. It says, you are not talking sexist nonsense. Sorry. I mean, do you mean I am talking sexist nonsense? I'm talking sexist, not like, what do you mean? Do you mean the prisons are filled with men who have committed emotional crimes? Women and children does not mean less intelligence. I'm sorry, dude, but like children have less intelligence, man. That's the whole meaning of being a parent. Is like, what do you want to do? You want to say that women and children have the same intelligence as adults? What is this? Like an argument for minor attracted person?
Ooh,
Like what? Yeah, weird, man.
Okay, so talking about the intelligence of a man and woman, you were talking about like certain months you can test. You know,
I just want to acknowledge that Brian's not going to be happy with that. He's going to say I was adding something to his narrative.
You know, we can say that in certain part and times of the month you can test a woman that are no contraceptive, and the other ones that have contraceptive. I don't even know how to pronounce that word. Contraceptive.
Birth control, easier.
Okay, birth control thing.
Yeah.
And looking at men that are brahmacharis, no sexual contact at all, and men that are sexually active. Because even the Bhagavad Gita says men that waste their semen, they lose their intelligence.
Well, I don't know if Bhagavad Gita says that.
Some part of Śrīla Prabhupa
the
said.
purport, maybe.
And, yeah, and the purport, yeah. I mean, it's in Bhagavad Gita, but yeah.
As it is.
As it is. And that can be true. That is absolutely true. And why I will talk. This is an example, guys, for you to look into yourself and also for myself as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
When a man is obsessed with sex, the only thing they are thinking is about sex. Let's say they're married. It's an example. Don't take it too hard. It's just an observation. They're married and they are they develop some sort of a liking towards a woman that is more like, I don't know how you call it, this one more out there. They lose their intelligence and they're only thinking about sex to the point they don't analyze or they realize by doing that, you're breaking something that you have promised, a vow. and you're not realizing the consequences of that action that will disrupt your relationship with your wife, the relationship with your children, the future of your children, the future of the new generation. Because the only thing you're thinking is about sex, act. That's it. And that way, man loses the intelligence.
I have something to add to that.
Okay.
This is about the biological differences between sex desire in males and females biologically. Of course, just like you have like physical like desire to drink water, and it can change into like an appetite, which is drinking Coca-Cola instead, right? And that's happened to a lot of people in the United States. The body is asking for water, but the brain, the mind is asking for Coke, right? But the actual biological need is the water. So there's a lot of like cultural and social distortion of desire, but fundamentally at a biological level, because men and women's reproductive game theory strategies differ, and it's biologically encoded, men have this thing, they have sexual desire that drives them up until the point that they ejaculate. And then that sexual desire,
It's gone.
it's gone. It's called post-nut clarity. That's what they call it.
Yeah, so my point is here, during that time, there's no clarity. The
But-
intelligence is gone.
Yes, but women's sexual desire is different. It doesn't disappear like that. Because women, they don't have a moment like that. So their sexual desire is more like a man's sexual desire is kind of like this, if he can satiate it or act on it. But a woman's sexual desire isn't like that. A woman's sexual desire is basically always there.
Maybe, I don't know. We have to categorize as well
Mhm.
in different gunas, you know,
Mhm.
because every person in different gunas are different. Some more brahmanas, some more like rajasic, and the other one's more
Brahmanas are more sattvic, right?
more sattvic. The mind is completely different, and then the rajasic mind, it's more absolutely all over the place. And what to speak of the Rakshasa Guna?
No, it's Tamagun.
Tamagun. Completely, there's the influence in the mind of a person. So there's a lot of things we have to think about to just make a complete statement. This is the way, and that's it. No.
Mhm.
There's so many things we need to critically think, question. In order for us, that's why I said, this is not my way. My thinking is not going to be your thinking. And I don't want to influence your thinking. All I can say is express what I think, and then you take whatever you want to take, and then you make your own truth.
It's more sattvic than me. I'm like domination, winning.
That's, you see, the nature of man.
Rajasic.
Rajasic man. It is the different one.
Mhm.
And the more, for me, is I have no way to force you and enforce you my way of thinking of you, because if I was doing that, this is another point to point it out as well.
Mhm.
If I was doing that and minimizing your level of intelligence, minimizing your potential you to think for your own, on your own, and come to a conclusion that is going to be satisfactory for you,
Mhm.
because you're the one who's living a life. Why should I overpower that on you? It's lack of respect. It's minimization. Do I want to do that? No.
Can I add something to?
Sure.
So my thesis here that I'm developing now about the intersection between sexual desire and intelligence. It's like, oh no, there's no difference in intelligence between men and women, but there's like definite differences between men and women. And on that biological level, and I cite as my praman the Srimad Bhagavatam pastime of Devahuti and Kardama Muni. So, you know, Devahuti and Kardama Muni, they perform austerities for so long. And then Devahuti wants a child. So Kardama Muni manifests that palace for her, right? In the clouds. They go up in there and they're having sex there. And he expands himself into 9 forms to have sex with his wife because she's 9 times more lusty than him. She has like a capacity for sexual activity that's like orders of magnitude above what his is. So there are differences between men and women in terms of sexual desire, how that's manifested, when that's manifested, the effects that has on biologically on the body. And yeah, those things, there's an intersection between them. And it's become now politically untenable to say that there are any sex differences between men and women.
Well, Yeah, there's a lot to add to that statement, honey.
Yeah. Okay. Listen to this from Brian. You folks need to understand biology, sociology, etc. first. I actually did study sociology at university back in the 90s. Firstly, before trying to understand the world and human from the Vedic point of view, which is flawed in so many ways. Well, that's what you say, but where's your evidence for that? You are trying to force religious understanding to be the dominant truth over what actually is. Well, I don't think so, because I'm talking about, yeah, anyway. You know, here's the thing is that in the Bhagavad Gita 5.4, it says that only the ignorant speak of devotional service and analytical study of material nature to be two different things. Because one, the learned understand that one who applies himself equally well to either one achieves the results of both. Because obviously people love this subject as well, right? Women, intelligence.
It is quite intricate topic. Understanding biology is basically the body. But did you know your biology is basically okay. Okay, so if you do a careful study of the Bhagavad Gita and also the Srimad Bhagavatam and everything, you will come to your conclusion, and once again, I'll invite you to do that, that even the biology is dominated by your karma, the three gunas. How your body is functioning, your karma, whether you're going to have a beautiful body, whether you're going to be able to produce children, whether you're going to be so angry, whether you're going to be so mild, whether you're going to be so lusty, whether you're going to be more Brahminical, everything is there. Even your biology, your karma, whether you have a big heart, you have a small heart. I mean, I'm talking physically, you know, whether you're going to have heart attacks at a certain age.
Hang on, did you say a big heart or a small heart?
Yeah, like your composition, you know.
So when you say that a big heart or a small heart, like physically measured, is the size of the small heart going to be less than the size of the big heart?
What I mean, like this, it's a small heart. I'm talking physically.
I know. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
I get that. So if we physically measured the size of the small heart and we physically measured the size of the big heart and we compared them, would the size of the small heart be less than the size of the big heart?
Yeah, in comparison.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So why Brian Consalvia says there are sex differences, but they're not lesser than each other. I mean, there is like a difference means that it must be more or less in some dimension. If it's more blue or more green, if one thing is more green than another thing, it means the other thing is less green than it, and that's what the difference is. I don't know why you want to make everything the same.
Yeah, so that is the thing. There is nothing that is the same. So everything that you are composed, if you look yourself in the mirror, I look myself in the mirror, everything is my karmic, what do you call, build up for this lifetime. Whether I'm going to be brown, I'm going to have a black hair, I'm going to have a nice nose, or I'm going to have chunky cheeks. Everything is my karma. Whether I'm going to be slim or not, everything is my karma. Your biology, whether you're going to be able to produce or whether you're going to be good at sports, everything is our karma. It's nothing to do by biology. Biology is actually the dictum of your karma. Where we can go into the world of biology, for sure. You know, you can study biology, how the man reacts and how everything works. Yeah, it's good to have that. I'm not denying that because I have to do biology as well.
I'm sorry, I'm not listening to you because I'm reading the comments.
Okay, as part of my training.
Yeah.
And sociology, you know, the understanding how people are acting, reacting, and what's the trend and all of that. Of course, I did that too.
This is the mistake here. He's saying, I'm not making it the same. However, you want to make one superior. I think you've missed the point here. That's actually what you're thinking.
So,
yeah.
It's, you know, you make the world for yourself.
Look at this. That statement of karma has no scientific basis, so stop.
You think so?
Yeah, you say. That's your assertion. And you're out here saying you want to make one superior. That's your assertion. You haven't actually understood. before refuting, you have to understand what the actual person's saying.
Now, my invitation here for Brian
Is to come on the show and like let's do it live.
That's one thing. The other thing that I wanted to suggest is, how about, let's see if it's not as scientific. Try this one. First, write down who you are as a person, your strengths, your debilities, your physical appearance, everything. Write it down, okay? Everything that you could for yourself. And then once you do that, do your astrology. And let's see whether this is science of astrology is actually this.
To see, check if it's accurate or not.
Exactly.
So it's a experiment to check the predictive
An
power.
experiment.
Yeah.
Now, if this experiment is quite familiar to you, it's like, then why do you think this is science exists? Because it's provable as science. How your mind is working, how the planets are influenced over your mind, over your body, everything. Have a read.
See, this is a common thing. Like, I'm a science guy. Astrology is not science.
Are you sure?
No, but what she just described is the scientific method. It's an experiment. So I don't know. You sound like a believer in science rather than the scientific method. That's the scientific method is you first of all you build the picture of everything that you can analyze according to whatever you can. Your Myers-Briggs types, whatever you accept as like a scientific inventory of yourself, and then you do the experiment of getting the astrology done, and then seeing whether it, regardless of of your theory of how astrology works, you just examine its ability to produce a prediction that matches.
Yeah. So it's just another step to do that, you know. And the other thing we can do is like what Śrīla Prabhupada, or I mean, what the Bhagavad Gita said about the human and the mind, the ego and everything. Just compare where are you at with this, comparing to this? Does it make sense to you? Is it true in a way, many ways, or completely? So this is something that you can do for yourself, because I cannot speak for you, Brian. I cannot convince you of anything.
Well, Brian says he wants to come on the show. So
you know, like I cannot do that. I can only discuss of the experiences and the knowledge and questioning and critical thinking and everything. And you are a fully capable human being with God-given intelligence to do that. It's up to you.
Tim comes in with a self-defeating argument. The desire to put everything into neat little categories is less intelligent, thereby creating a neat little category to put that into. That one should have been obviously a self-own. It's, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it is just like, let's look things from different angles and analyze them. And then you choose which angle you're going to choose to look life from.
See, this here, astrology does not have a scientific methodology.
Okay.
But yet at the same time, people before the scientific method were able to develop technology that worked. How is that? Because you see, technology is given as like this is proof of the scientific method or science, but people were able to create technology that worked without the scientific method.
One thing here for Brian. Okay, you said that without the science. All right, without the science. So I'm understanding your reference to a science is to the science of these days, in Kali Yuga.
Well, I think he's talking about the scientific method, yeah.
Yeah, science, the scientific method, everything. Now, let's look into the Inca culture. The work they done, in case you haven't visited, I will
like Machu Picchu?
suggest you to go and visit and actually see it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The building, their interaction with higher living entities like the sun, the moon, everything, the astrology, astronomy, everything, they were expert at that.
Like astrological alignments of
everything,
architecture and stuff from the ancient world, yeah?
They are good at it. That's the science they were following. Higher science than we think this is science is higher science. So just look into that in comparison. How these people with this science, the science that you know, were able to produce something that right now no one can produce. No one. No one can replicate anything of the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Incas. No one to this day. Is that because your science were superior? That cannot, because if it was superior, they can explain everything. It is just a thought that I'm throwing out there. Don't take it personal, but just investigate that.
Here's a statement here. There's no astrological predictors that describe me or anyone else. So let me speak to this.
I'm having fun.
Yeah.
I'm having fun. Yeah.
But here's the thing, Brian, if you want to come with the science and everything, the science, to make a statement like that, you've made a universal, no, don't tell me I don't understand science. You don't understand science. You've made a universal negative statement here. There's no way you can do that because there's no experimental space that you can create that can prove that statement. You might be able to say, I have not encountered an astrological predictor that described me or anyone else, but a universal negative is not possible in science. You could say on the balance of what we know, probabilities, but you can't make an assertion like that. It's a non-scientific statement. You could say, I have not encountered any, but what experiments have you performed? Then you could say something like, well, you know, the general consensus of the scientific community in 2023 is that it doesn't work based on et cetera, but we know in science that that doesn't actually prove anything because scientific consensus changes over time, but you haven't even referred to scientific consensus. You've just made an absolute assertion here. It's completely non-scientific. So you may or you may not understand science. I do not know. I'm not going to make an assertion about that, unlike you. But about this statement here, not scientific.
Still, I appreciate those comments. You know, I appreciate the comments.
Yeah.
Because without those comments, it wouldn't help me to my brain go back to what I know and what experiments I made. Yes, and those statements and questions are very are valid, and I appreciate that, Brian.
This has gone like somewhere really interesting after Garuda's talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I appreciate for doing that, Brian, and just suggestions. I can only throw suggestions, and you do the experiment. You know, people says, "Oh no, nothing works in this lifetime," and Śrīla Prabhupada says, like, chant Hare Krishna. This is the proper science. Chant, and the experience that you have is the science for yourself. You can prove it for yourself. So yeah, try it on. It won't kill anyone.
So
not even you.
He says, so there's been no astrological statements made on any person that accurately tells me who I am, like Dana says, for me to write down who I am and then go to astrology now. Yeah, but it's an experiment. It's an experiment that you do to see. I mean, and then I don't know, if you haven't done the experiment or if you don't do the experiment, then, you know, how will you see anything?
Exactly. This is just an exercise for you. You know, if you want to experiment, but the exercise is like, write it down, who you are, or who you think you are, what drives you.
I don't know. It's
what interests you. Write your qualities, your strengths.
Can I say something about the astrology? Because, you know, for me as a science guy, you know, I'm like, you know, the jury's always been out for me on astrology because there is no, it doesn't have an explanatory theory behind it that interlocks with the body of explanatory theories that are used to understand the universe in the current, the science, right? If you read the book, The Fabric of Reality by David Deutsch, it talks about epistemology, Karl Popper's epistemology at the beginning, and how scientific theories are, you know, as we all know, based on their explanatory and their predictive power, but also on their ability to increase overall understanding, which means that they have to interlock with the other existing body of theories to reinforce them and produce new insights in unrelated areas. And the issue with astrology is that it doesn't fit into that body of knowledge that's currently used in the scientific community of the science to understand the world. So I'm like, yeah, astrology, it's bogus. That's basically the conclusion that you arrive at from that. And then at the same time, in doing the experiment of empirically observing it to see, like, can these people, through whatever mystical process that they use, I don't understand how they say that it works, produce something that has predictive and explanatory power. For me personally in my life, based on what I know, anecdotally, I have to say that having done that experiment, I'm like, this does seem to produce some insights and explanations, like, you know, based on my location of birth and the time, they seem to be able to produce this chart that when I go through it, it matches things that have happened at various points. And then I'm like, could this be like cold reading, kind of, you know, we look at it and then you accidentally read the wrong horoscope in the paper and you're like, yeah, that's me. And then you're like, oh no, that was the wrong one. But your brain, you know, relates it because you can find sufficient points of coincidence. You know, like someone's cold reading and they're like, you know, someone is someone very near to you is wants to speak to you. You know, someone who recently passed away. I'm feeling like, you know, a strong female energy and the color red is coming into my mind. And then you're like, yeah, it's my grandmother. She used to have a red dress that she loved, you know, and you supply the extra stuff. And I'm like, you know, could that be a confounding factor in this? And maybe it is.
That's
but
more like a mediumship.
Yeah.
But, you know, even when you say that, this is like a question.
Mhm.
You only give 3 or 4 details: your name, your location, your date of birth, and your time of birth. Only those 4 details. And someone is going to present, someone is doing all of this work to see who you are and all the planets, the influence of the planets, and how they give the spice to your life and the nature, everything in your life. Can you understand that? Like, only 4 details, the person doesn't even know me, and then he can produce this, like, wow. And then you compare to what you wrote about yourself, like, oh my gosh. When you do a self-reflection or analysis of yourself, like you compare, like, Jesus, how? This is a science. And then you question yourself, how is that possible? Only by 4 details, with 4 details, I can get all of that.
I'm like this. I'm like, astrology may or may not be real, but if people believe in it hard enough, they can make it work. And these people believe that they went to the moon. They look at these videos of like Thunderbirds level kind of bogus little models that they've made, and they haven't bothered to look into it in any depth to see the whole thing doesn't mesh up together. And it's like, oh, it's vague, it's generalizing, you know. But my conclusion from writing that book and going into depth, and in the 90s, the late 90s, it was harder than it was today. I had to like order books and stuff from the States and then like do a lot of research into it. I was like, this thing doesn't add up. And the only reason people believe it is because they haven't looked into it sufficiently and because everyone else believes it. But going to the moon and believing that they went to the moon is on the level of believing astrology. If you're like one of these guys out there who are like, astrology, it's non-scientific, bro, and you believe in the moon landings, I'm like, I have no respect for that. I really don't. And I'm like, you know what? You guys believe so hard that they went to the moon and you act as if that was real. And it creates a certain reality in the world. And people who believe in astrology, they create a certain reality in the world as well. And are any of those things real? I'm not really sure. But you notice that I take an open-minded, skeptical, scientific approach to astrology. I'm not like closed-minded about it. Maybe there is some underlying methodology behind it that I'm not aware of. Just because I don't understand it means that I can dismiss it. But having looked into the moon landings, it's bogus, man.
Stop saying this is as if it works every time, because it does not work. Astrology is not for you whether it works or not. Astrology sees you as who you are. What are your qualities? What you can concentrate on? What you should avoid? What you should concentrate on? So it is up to you.
That's good.
Yeah. Anyways, it's up to you. Now, the bogus or the new age astrologers, just be careful who you go to. So if you want to do astrology, do it with someone that is a devotee for sure, highly transcendental, very spiritual, and very well learned person. Because there's so many bogus astrologers. You're just gonna fluff around. And if you go into those people, obviously going to be like affected by it. Like, these people doesn't know anything about what I'm living or what I'm going through.
You know, even the statement here, India, Russia, China, Iran, all of Europe has not produced any statements against the moon landing.
There are rockets on Mars. Look at that assertion. There are rockets on Mars. That's such assertion. When you say there are rockets on Mars, that means you are aware, you've been there, you've seen it, therefore this is your statement.
Well, the other thing is like, what's India or Russia, China, Iran, or all of Europe? Like, I'm here saying that they didn't go to the moon. Does that mean that New Zealand has produced a statement against the moon landing? See how imprecise this thinking is? That there's a monolithic thing called India that's the arbiter of truth. Chris Briscoe, how come you're so sure that the moon landing actually happened? Do you have so much faith in what the mainstream scientists say to you about that? But even the mainstream scientists themselves have not examined it. They just like repeating what they're told to repeat. They went to school. They were told we went to the moon. You can't question that. You're crazy if you question it. You're a crazy nut job. If you believe it, you're an intelligent, reasonable person, and you're a scientist, even though you've done no science to get to that conclusion. You just believe it because you were told it.
And the other thing as well about the Srimad Bhagavatam, it tells you everything. And if you compare the distance between the Earth and the moon and everything, and then they compare to the scientists as, oh, the moon is this distance, like just compare it.
Yeah, you're either repeating the Bhagavatam or you're repeating the not the Bhagavatam.
I will believe the Bhagavatam.
There's lots of videos of the Mars and pictures of the Mars rover and other pictures showing places on Earth where they've taken them. Yeah, this is interesting. Your statements against the moon landing reveal weakness in your thinking, my friend. I don't think so, because I took the time to research and write a book about it. I mean, have you done that? How much have you actually looked into the moon landing, or is it simply received wisdom? Out of the 10 types of praman that are mentioned in the Tattva Sandarbha, there's like different types of hearing, because there's Anuman, Pratyaksha, like Pratyaksha, direct sense perception, Anuman, logical inference, and then there's Shabda, which is hearing, and there are 10 types of hearing that are mentioned in there.
Oh my God.
When Śrīla Prabhupada talks about it in the books, he talks only about hearing from, Shabda Brahman.
Mm-hmm.
But the Shabda that's talked about in there's a bunch of different ones, and one of them is just like common knowledge, what everyone knows. Mm-hmm. And I assert, with no evidence, Brian, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that you've never actually looked into the moon landings any more than just like people are like, hey, everyone knows that we went to the moon. And that constitutes your entire scientific investigation into that belief system. Yeah, but Brian, you haven't looked into it, and neither have millions of scientists. They simply accept it because it's an unquestionable known fact. So it falls into the praman. This is science here. It falls into the praman of like, everybody knows that it's true, but go back and look at the videos of it. It's so unbelievable now. It's no wonder they lost 700 hours of magnetic tapes of all the moon landings, the originals. They're all lost. They lost all the original magnetic tapes. The footage that we have is recorded from television, which was a television camera pointed at a screen in NASA in the Kennedy Space Center, and then streamed onto television, and that's the only footage that you can get.
Anyways.
How can you say that without knowing why? How can you say that without knowing why would you make a statement? How do you know what I've done? It's not a weakness of my thinking. I made the point, and I made the caveat. I said, I don't know what you've done. Correct me if I'm wrong. But, millions of scientists haven't looked into it. Most people haven't looked into it. And I assert that you haven't looked into it. And as I said, I assert it with no evidence. And if I'm incorrect, please correct me. What is the primary science that you have done to investigate the claim that the moon landing happened, that we've been to the moon? Or is it simply received knowledge that you believe it because you use the social heuristic that human beings use as a shortcut? That if most of the tribe believes it, I will also believe it because I don't have time to figure everything out. I don't have time to look into everything. So I'm going to believe what mostly everybody else believes around me because that's most likely to be true. And in most cases that works. But that is vulnerable to manipulation and hijacking. And my assertion is that it's a deliberate deception that's being carried out. And that's based on me looking into it, prompted by Śrīla Prabhupada's statement that it didn't happen. And when I looked into it, I was like, at the very least, it's not knowledge that you failed to see. It's simply knowledge that you never went looking for. You've just accepted that the moon landings happened based on the statement that everybody knows that they happened. That's what they teach you in school. And you would look foolish and crazy if you went against that. And that's what they rely on to keep the lie in place, that people will never go looking at it. And that's why I didn't publish the book in 1998, because I was like, I can't see how they could just pull this off on everyone, but it's like Santa Claus. I myself was afflicted by that. I was afflicted by it because I was like, dude, I can't come out and say this. Like, it's just like, yeah, people are going to call me crazy.
Anyways, we're diverting. It's time for lunch. It's 2:00, longer than I thought. And let's keep this.
We're going to do a moon landing with
moon
fake
party landing.
Yeah. We're going to do
Another time.
We're going to do the moon landings were faked. We're going to do that. And we're going to do women are less intelligent and 9 times more lusty. We're going to do that. People are loving that. And we're going to get hey, it's in the Bhagavatam.
It's not because we're lusty, sir.
Oh, okay. So we're going to have a disagreement on that one. That's fine. And then we're also going to bring Garuda Das back. Brian wants to come on. More than welcome. Let's organize it with enough time, and we can have the discussion live in real time. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying on the whole. This guy. See, this is a great question to ask, Brian. But do you see how this for you constitutes the proof that it happened? Because the Russians didn't challenge it, it must mean that it was real. But I can understand that. And that's a good question to ask. Those are the kind of questions that reveal something about the nature of the world. The Russians.
Yes, I was thinking critically,
Yeah, exactly.
Why this and why that? Like, okay. Anyways,
thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying tuned in, and tune in for the next episode of the Vaishnava Voices podcast. Hey, guess what we got next week? 2 back-to-back. My father was murdered by devotees. Oh my God. Narada Das on the Hare Krishna podcast had Henry Doktorsky this weekend. Killing for Krishna, his book about New Vrindavan. And we have now this is like, I love the tabloid style things, right? And just to make a bit of a joke of it, lighthearted, about murder and that kind of stuff. He had Killing for Krishna. We've got, Bhima Karma Saragrahi, whose father was one of the devotees who was murdered by devotees at New Vrindavan. Narada Das, obviously, for his next episode, he's going to get Tirtha Das, who's the devotee who murdered the devotees. And then we're going to go, and for an end run, we're going to bring on a devotee. We're going to do a live past life regression. And then he's going to reveal that in his past life, he was Sulachan Das and he was murdered by devotees.
Maybe.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. But aside from the shock value of the title, Bhima Karma Saragrahi is, if you want to hear someone talk about the Vedic science, it's like he did a palm reading of me, and I'm like the most not into that stuff guy of all time. And he did this palm reading, and I was like, dude, this is incredible what this guy can tell from reading my palms.
And that's maybe Brian can tune in when he's on and
bring the skepticism.
Yeah, it's good to be a skeptic. It's very good. Yet don't swim in that.
Yeah, don't believe in your own skepticism, man. Don't believe in it. It's like, it's good to have doubts, but you should also doubt science. Science starts with skepticism and being skeptical.
Oh, everything. Don't even believe in yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
And then, so that's Saturday, New Zealand time, Friday, US time. And then on Sunday, we have Dhaneshwar Prabhu talking about spiritual economics and the global world conspiracy. Chris loves that stuff. Such a statement needs to be thought about. In COVID last 3 years, we see a global conspiracy is not too far-fetched. One does not simply shut down all of the countries in the world. This is not an Illuminati 666 symbol, okay, for you conspiracy theorists out there. It's me imitating the meme of the guy with the, one does not simply march into Mordor. It's one does not simply shut down the entire world without already having control of the governments. Anyway. Tinfoil hat time. Thanks for tuning in. Param Vijayate, Sri Krishna Sankirtanam, total world victory.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare